Good evening, everyone. Good evening. We're from Korea. I'd like to start the ninth We're great to see you all. Now I'd like to start the ninth History NGO World Congress for 2021. My name is Song Jin-e and I'm in the steering committee for the Secretariat Office. Before starting this World Congress, we'd like to see a video clip from the last World Congress that was held in Vietnam last year.
certain call when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Oh, when it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change. We all a part of God's great big family. And the truth, you know, love is all we need. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me. Well, send them your heart so they know that someone cares, and their lives will be stronger and free, as God has shown us by turning stone to bread. And so we all must lend a helping hand. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones to make a brighter day. So let's start giving. Oh, there's a choice we're making. We're saving our lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me.
Well, we saw some familiar faces from last year. Today, we are having this 9th International NGO Conference on History and Peace for 2021, and we will discuss the role of civil society for peace building and historical reconciliations in East Asia under the current crisis. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, we are having this hybrid format for the conference with the participants from our member countries. First, we'd like to have an opening speech that will be delivered by Yang Mi-gang, the director of the History NGO Forum. Please give a big round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. I'm standing president of History NGO Forum, Yang Mi-gang. Good to see you all. So today remarks the 9th History NGO World Conference, and it is really meaningful for me. Do you remember the year 2007? In front of the City Hall, we hosted the first History NGO World Forum, which was the very first one, and I myself was one of the founding members. And throughout the past 14 years, we have not skipped any single year, and now it is very emotionally meaningful for me. And so many people have supported this, so again, I would like to say thank you all. While I was preparing for this opening speech, I thought over and over, what brought us to be together here? What was the driving force? Was it because we were fully funded? Was it because we had plenty of time? Was it because we were rich in the size of our organization? Well, you know that it wasn't because of money or time or we had plenty of human forces. We were in a very bad condition under bad circumstances. However, we have not skipped a single year, and that was all possible thanks to all the participants here and all the love and devotion you have contributed, your passion and devotion. So, again, thank you very much for making this possible.
저는 그것을 한 개인의 열정이 아니라
So, I think this is not only one single individual's passion, but passion as a whole,
집단적
an intellectuality or other
근데 그
passion.
헌신은 어디서 나왔을까?
So, where does this devotion come from?
생각을 해보니까
And I asked myself,
사이에서 저희 내부에서 깊게 올라오는
and this is a deep-hearted, from bottom to top,
이 세상을
this power,
조금이나마 바꿔내겠다.
the willingness to make a small change in the world, to decrease conflicts and bring peace to the world.
결의가 아닌가 생각합니다.
That calling itself, I would say.
그래서 14년 동안
So throughout the 14 years,
서로의
we
안부를
meet
묻고
annually
잘 살고 있는지
and say hello to each other and see if everyone is well.
작년부터는 목요일
And from last year, we had this Thursday online fora to learn from each other.
자기가 공부했던 것을
And based on what you have studied, we share our thoughts. So we expanded our scope of empathy.
좀 전에 한 몇 시간 전에 진행됐던
A few hours ago, there was Korea Mekong Specialist Forum,
올해 들어서
and
정례
this
네트워크를 이제
NGO
다시
forum, now we're expanding the networking
참여로
within Asia and now expanding
봅니다.
to other
그런 점에서
parts of the world as well. So in that sense, we
청년들은 잘했다.
have struggled a lot, but we did achieve a lot. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen?
열심히 해왔다.
So we have been struggling and we have been putting a lot of efforts. And this civil society's thoughts and minds combined all together and we mustered our efforts.
그런 점에서 저희들은
So in that sense,
정부가 얘기하는
I would like to say that the new silent policy initiated by the Korean government, and that is people-centered initiative. So indeed, people and people are being together
그 사람들의
in a form of solidarity, and this is not just superficial.
마음과 마음
We open our minds, we open our hearts,
맞대면서
and we face each other face to face and share our divine meanings. So in that sense, throughout the 14 years of History NGO Forum, all this solidarity that we have been forming, and it gave us room and opportunities to share our thoughts and understand each other.
구회 역사인재 세계대회는 주제를
The 9th History NGO Forum,
동아시아 평화와
the theme is the era of crises and our NGOs and civil society's roles in the world.
중국이 패권 전쟁을
Nowadays, China and the United States are having a hegemonic war, and what civil societies can do in this era, and that is to think about. And in 2021, now we have to spend more time to think about that.
한 점이 있습니다.
And there is one clear thing. What is that? Is
강국들은 서로 대립하고
those strong superpowers keep
갈등이 심해지면
having arguments and confront each other, but the more the situation gets worse and worse,
정의롭고
civil societies have to seek peaceful and just and harmonized world. So we have to form a very close
점입니다.
network.
그런 점에서 오늘 1부에서 진행되는
In this sense,
라운드 테이블은
the first session's roundtable
전문가들이 함께 모여서 이 위기의 시대를
is a place where experts gather together to diagnose the challenges and crises
할 것인가에 대한
and to seek how we can make a breakthrough.
2부에서 진행되는
And session 2, we will reflect and come up with perspectives, which
15개국, 16개국
covers all the 15 and 16 nations that we have
모여서 서로의
informing.
안부를 묻고
We will say hello and ask other questions. What we can do in the future will be the topic.
이러한 그 위기의 시대에
So now we're in the era of challenges, and
누구를 믿는 것이 아니고
how we can go through this is not
정부를 믿는 것이 아니고
depending on who we trust or what government we trust or what organizations we trust, but rather
믿는다고 생각합니다.
trusting and believing in our friends. So in that sense, the 9th History NGO Forum itself will be a very meaningful forum. So in the future, the 10th, 11th forums or other civil society members who are planning to expand their scope to overseas, we will further strengthen our solidarity and make action stronger actions. So all the ladies and gentlemen participants, thank you for your cooperation and devotion. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next will be a congratulatory speech. This conference is supported by Northeast Asian History Foundation. Please welcome President of Northeast Asian History Foundation, Lee Young-ho, who sent us a video.
Well, great to see you all. I am Lee Young-ho, President of the Northeast Asian History Foundation. Congratulations on the opening of the 9th International NGO Conference on History and Peace. In 2007, we had the first gathering of this international NGO conference, and despite the many ups and downs and much difficulty, I believe that thanks to the passion and devotion of civil activists, the History NGO International Conference has been held this year as well. And in this year's international conference, we have scholars, professors, teachers, civic activists from 15 countries, not just in East Asia, but also South Asia, Africa, Europe, and Americas. Welcome from the bottom of my heart. Despite the adverse conditions of the COVID-19 pandemic, I believe that we are able to hold this wonderful conference thanks to the devotion and hard work of these people via online conference. Even though this is not face-to-face interaction, I think this year's conference can be a successful gathering by adopting this with Corona approach. I pay my tribute to all of those people who have organized this international conference. I think this year we are seeing more news about crisis rather than the peace. Now the COVID-19 is spreading with a big vaccine divide, and we are witnessing human rights violations in Myanmar and Afghanistan. We are not having any reconciliations, and many East Asian countries are just strengthening their nationalist agenda in history education. But these problems all call for collective efforts to overcome divide and barriers to define the shared vision. Not just the government. I think the collaboration and communication between history, civic groups, and NGO groups have to be reinforced. I believe that we can spread the message of mutual prosperity and the correct history recognition throughout Asia and others. I hope that we can spread this wave of solidarity and collaboration. Lastly, I'd like to express my gratitude to Yang Mi-gang, President of History NGO Forum, and other people in the organizing committee and partner organizations. I once again pay tribute to the passion and devotion of the NGO activists who are working for the mutual prosperity of the mankind and East Asian peace. Our Northeast Asian History Foundation, like it has done for the past 15 years, will root for you and work with you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. So he sent, and here there's a video from overseas. Vietnam's Social Sciences and Humanities Dean has sent us a video.
Very good evening from the University of Social Science and Humanities, a member of Vietnam National University, Hanoi. On behalf of our colleagues, I would like to express my sincere congratulations to the History NGO Forum for Peace in East Asia for successfully launching the Korea-Mekong project. This Korea-Mekong conference is organized on the occasion of the 2021 International NGO Conference on History and Peace. Last year, in 2020, we collaborated with the History NGO Forum and other international and local partners to organize the Vietnam International Conference on History and Peace. The global pandemic left us no choice but to use the hybrid online-offline activities. Very pity. And this year, unfortunately, we have no other way to do. We have to do the same. However, given the vast experience and extensive organization skill of the History NGO Forum, I have no doubt that, like last year, the 2021 International Conference on History and Peace will be a great success. On this occasion, I would like to thank the History NGO Forum for inviting us again to this conference and to the Korea Mekong project in general. I really like the title of the conference, Fostering a People-Centered Community of Peace and Prosperity through People, Solidarities and Networks. Our staff here in Hanoi will work hard in collaborating with colleagues and friends from Korea and the other Mekong countries to strengthen our solidarity and networks for peace and prosperity of the regions and the world in the years to come. Thank you very much. Wishing you a very successful conference and really hope to see you again in person in the near occasions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, the last congratulatory speech will be by President of the Academy of Korean Studies, An Byung-woo. Please welcome him with a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you all. I am An Byung-woo. In the past, I was also one of the co-presidents and also was one of the participants of History NGO Forum, but now today I am here to deliver my congratulatory speech. So as a former president, I would like to appreciate all the participants and founding members. So I am feel so humbled. Well, first of all, the 9th History NGO Forum, I would like to congratulate you all. And we're here to have 15 nations participants. And I would like to say, welcome all. And here's Professor Bernard and Professor Sandja and all the familiar faces. It's glad to see your faces. So everyone is good? So in Korea, I used to make presentations and discussions, but when in Korea, there's a saying that if you do a congratulatory remarks, then that means now you are very older than past. So throughout the past courses of Fora, the topics and content that has gradually added a scope and depth of topics. And the participants' regions has increased as well. And accordingly, all the achievements are now more noteworthy. So throughout the development of our scope, I would like to again thank co-president Yang Mi-gang and other presidents and founding members and operations committee members and all the supporters and participants from all around the world. I would like to appreciate you all. So the theme of Roundtable is an era of crisis. Is East Asia secure or safe? So the answer to this question may differ from your perspectives or opinions or views. And I myself would say that not really safe. That is because there are so many crises currently confronting us. And moreover, regarding our forum, Historical issues have not been resolved, and there are still a lot of arguments embedded explosively. So, for 2 years, the COVID-19, which threat our lives and health, has put our world into a crisis, and all the amazing economic growth has caused us environmental challenges, and also political and military conflicts have risen, and North Korea and Myanmar's recent issues are threatening the livelihoods and lives of citizens, and intra countries strengthening violence and sturdiness is limiting and showing degradable results. And because of these issues, those people who had to be relocated and those socially marginalized people are suffering more than ever. So the more those national level crises increase, the more need for understanding and cooperation between parties is needed. In that sense, this forum is more important and it has more value than ever in the past. Although we are not able to see each other face to face, but we have been working and we all have been putting our efforts. So we should go beyond borders and bring peace. And our efforts, I don't think even COVID virus can stop us. So from this forum, I would like to see a very fruitful results towards our goal to achieve peace. May health be with you. Thank you. Thank you for your speech. Next, despite the COVID circumstances, the History NGO Forum's participants are here together, so I would like to introduce those participants. First of all, History NGO's former standing president and now advisor to our forum. I would like to introduce you, Professor Emeritus Professor Lee Jang-hee at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Next is former NGO Forum President and Lee Sang-myul, Academy's head. Lee Sang, please welcome. NGO Forum's board member, Lee Jung-ok, former Minister of Gender Equality and Family. Next, History NGO's co-founders. Co-President Kim Sung-ok. President Lee Dae-soo. President Boon Meng-yeol. President Kang Sung-ho. President Kim Hyun-young. President Song Kyu-jin is participating online, so thank you for being here as well. And there are also a lot of participants, but because of time limits, I will finish introduction here. Well, next, there are a lot of online participants. There are world partners, and if I mention your names, please raise your hand to say hello. Europe Historic Education Association. Euroclio team, are you there? Please raise your hand to say hello. Next, Canada's Alpha Education is collaborating with us. Next, the Philippines ROTC, Independence Association. Japan's Bridge for Peace. Southeast Asia's Conflict Research Network. Vietnam's National Hanoi Humanities and Social Sciences, Cambodia's Documentation Center, Korea's Uria, Young Globalists are here. So please welcome everyone for being here with a big round of applause. The 9th History NGO Forum. I'll tell you about the schedule. After the opening ceremony, there will be the main session, which is the roundtable session, which will last until 9 p.m. And then we will have 20 minutes of break time. And then from 9:20 to 11 p.m., we will invite MC of Kang Sung-ho and have discussions and then close the first session. Tomorrow, day 2, will be conducted offline. We will have 4 parties workshops. From 9:30 a.m. to 12:30, we will have the first workshop, and after lunchtime from 2 p.m., we will have a comprehensive report and then closing ceremony, and then we will wrap up the session. So I would like to ask you to take active participation. And then let's begin the roundtable panel discussion session. The roundtable panel session's theme is An Era of Crisis. Is East Asia safe? And it will be emceed by former Minister of Gender Equality and Family, Lee Jung-ho. Then please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good evening, and in Northeast Asia, and good afternoon in Southeast Asia, and good morning in other parts of the globe. So it is a great honor to moderate these roundtable discussions wearing masks to cope with COVID-19. I thought it is a kind of our documentation to show our will to continue our History NGO Forum in spite of this disaster. So the title of our roundtable is just to say hello to East Asia and to all the globe. So is East Asia safe and stable under this circumstance of current crisis? So I thought really privileged to have a roundtable with 5 distinguished panelists who have devoted themselves for peace building and reconciliation in their own context. So I have been actually working with the History NGO Forum before and also after my government service as a Minister of Gender Equality and Family. So I really, again, back to NGO History Forum. So now I start with my introduction, those 5 distinguished panelists. First, because their activity is so, their experience is so rich, so I cannot introduce themselves with one title. So their career will be shown through the scene. Is that prepared? No? So I asked them because when I received their own CV, it is just so in detail, and I really want to share their experience with all of you. But unfortunately, later on, the host organization will provide you all those kind of career which can be networked and connected with their own experience juncture. So first, I will introduce Professor Chang-hee Lee, and who is now Professor of Emeritus in Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. He is very well-known international law professional in academic area and also in government advisory activities and also NGO, even social movement leaders. So it is great honor to have him with us. And the second panelist is Dr. Emmanuel Pastoraci, Secretary General, Institute for the Future Urban Environment based in Korean context, and also President of Asian Institute. And he also he studied in United States and born in United States, but his major concern in East Asia, he wrote his PhD dissertation in Japanese. And also he has a lot of experience with us also. So, and the third panelist is Mikio Oishi. He cannot be with us, he is there. Professor in Politics and Philosophy and Economics, Asian University for Women based in Bangladesh. He has also worked in many Asian-based universities in Malaysia, and so his major interest covered Asia and also global issues. So it is great honor to be with us. And Professor Lau Kinchi, actually she is my Professor Lau Kinchi. Lau is there, yeah. So I have been working with her from middle of the 90s until now. And she is emeritus professor at the Lingnan University. And also she has organized continuously South-South Forum for Sustainability. It was the 8th forum. And also she is digging out alternatives as a vice president of World Forum for Alternatives, and she is working for digging out peace women activist activities for candidate Nobel Peace Prize. And also there are so many things we met each other in Asia and Latin America and Europe, and also mostly in Hong Kong. So she can provide her opinion as a professor in Hong Kong, but sharing with some part with China. And last but least, Mr. Kabi Chongkitapon, Senior Fellow, Chulalongkorn University Institute of Security and International Studies. He came with us, not representing, sharing ASEAN experience, ASEAN point of view. So very lovely, I have introduced the 5 panelists. You can share their sweat and experience in peace building and reconciliation activities. It is a kind of a lifetime task. So we have actually 100 minutes we have, but because of some of the delay, we came to have 80 minutes around with 5 such distinguished panelists. So I have raised 3 questions already to all the panelists. So for each of the questions, you can have actually it was 5 minutes now to save the time 4 minutes. So, and also without some kind of barrier, you can express your own theme, which want to be shared with our concerned participants. So you can have 4 minutes also for your free speech. So let's start with the free speech first with Professor Lee. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, everyone. For you, good evening. Today, It would be a great honor to me to make a speech from the Korean side. My topic is the Cairo Declaration of its implementation failure in the San Francisco Peace Treaty and its exit strategy for East Asia peace and human rights. So, in a 5 minutes, it's very short. So, I would like to speak from now in Korean. 제가 오늘 맡은 topic
So the topic that I am going to present about is San Francisco Peace Treaty and the failure of the key value in the Cairo Declaration and its exit strategy for the East Asia peace. So just like Chairperson mentioned, so the theme is an era of crisis. Is East Asia safe? So first issue is the crisis, and the second topic is that what kind of impacts that will have, and third is how to. So what kind of solutions do we have? So first, I myself think that East Asia is currently put in a challenge, and the crisis is that 1952's San Francisco Peace Order was actually the Cairo Declaration and the Potsdam Declaration were done. And after the Pacific War was finished, and there are three key points regarding South Korea. First is the territorial issue. Japan's violation and its greed exploited in Korea, and they were to retreat from Korea, and that is the international agreement. And Korea's slavery issue, and based on that, which is about the comfort women issue. And next is take a just step and make Korea a free and independent state after the war, and take just steps to make Korea a free and independent state. So that was the idea of the treaty. So after the Pacific War. And this is a gentleman treaty. 1943's Cairo Declaration, 1942's Potsdam Declaration, and 1942's September, Missouri, Japan signed the agreement, so it is internationally legally binding. And these ideas that concluded the Pacific War and the San Francisco Treaty documented this, and San Francisco's treaty did not cover these ideas thoroughly. So why was that? That is because the unions were also intending to punish Japan, but the United Nations soldiers, the diplomatic channel changed. 1947's Truman Doctrine. The key idea of Truman Doctrine was the United Nations soldiers during the Second World War, China and the Soviet Union. After the Cold War began, we had to stay alert. So that was the key of the diplomatic channel policy. And Japan's lobbying was very active when the San Francisco Treaty was done, and especially regarding the Dog Island, the San Francisco's Article 2, Clause 1, and it mentioned the fifth draft showed that it was belonged to Korea, but sixth, and most of the allied nations rejected And the 8th and 9th one, it was vague. So the Article 2 was very vague. That is why the current Dog Island issue is facing a lot of arguments. So the key point here, so today, when it comes to East Asia, especially Northeast Asia, what is keep harnessing peace is that the San Francisco Treaty mentioned that Japan clearly offended violation and it closed its eyes to the illegal actions. And the Korea-Japan Treaty was also another issue that left this history argument unsolved. And after the San Francisco Treaty, as a byproduct of the Cold War, 1953, the truce system continued the division of Korea. So it's a byproduct of the colonization, and the truce system is continuing in Northeast Asia, and the United States very wisely used this strategically. And nowadays, there is a worsening conflict between the United States and China, and now Pyongyang declaration. And despite all the declarations, we're not able to bring this into real life. So there's a new Cold War is about to be created. So about to create something like a NATO. So this was frequently mentioned during the past presentations, and now they're in terms of creating this hegemonic system, and on the Korean Peninsula, all the leftovers of the Japanese colonization issue and the 1953's truce system is keep being continued. And for this is because it gives benefit to the United States and its friend nations. So as a conclusion, East Asia is not safe. So what should we do? Is it possible to just let nationalism system to deal with it? But we have to collaborate with civil societies and organizations. And how can we do that? We have to secure peace and human rights. So civil declaration. Civil charter is needed. So European civil charter, something similar to that, should be come to life. So here at the History NGO Forum, all the specialists and experts or great people are here, so we have to seek collaboration and take roles by each other. So that is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee, who traced all those kind of East Asian insecurity back to the starting point of World War II process. So, but I will not repeat his point because you are all shared already. So I will give my mic the second panelist, Pastor Raishi.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm greatly honored to have this chance to address everybody around the world to talk about specifically the importance of NGOs in global governance and diplomacy and international relations. And I decided for today to speak a little bit about the question of what Professor E. Lee just referred to, the new Cold War. So this term, new Cold War, referring to a confrontation between the United States and China, specifically the People's Republic of China, has become extremely popular in the media. And when I was in Washington, D.C. until last year, it was, if you were not talking about new Cold War at some level or another, it was hard to get a chance to present at many seminars. So it became a very popular term. However, I think that I'm not sure if I can tell you what the new Cold War is, but I would say that there are some fundamental differences from anything that we've seen before, certainly from the previous Cold War. And I wanted to stress that it is an enormous crisis in a sense, but it's maybe not a crisis in that it's a repeat of what happened before. So let me make a couple points. First is, in China and the United States, among citizens, among intellectuals, there really is no ideological conflict between China and the United States. Basically, most principles, I wish there was more of an ideological conflict, in fact. There was more of a checks and balance in terms of the assessment of market economies, the value or the problems of global trade, and exploitation of minerals, and other issues. But in fact, there's a remarkable amount of consensus in the general population on these issues. So it seems more something that was created for specific reasons by relatively small groups. Second is, clearly there's an arms race going on between the United States and China, driven on both sides by an increasingly privatized military system, the military-industrial complex, which China now has a significant one of its own. So there's a lot of profit involved, and it's less ideological. It's much closer to what we saw between, say, France, Germany, and England before the First World War. So in fact, analogy to the First World War is much more accurate for the confrontations or problems we see in East Asia than the Cold War of the 1950s, or for that matter, the Second World War. In addition, I find that many of the discussions about new Cold War tend to be very front-loaded. It seems as if there's a great desire to prove that there's a new Cold War, and that's the primary agenda, as opposed to a scientific analysis of actual sociological or political phenomenon. So I stopped reading because I couldn't stand it anymore, but I tried to read a lot of new Cold War articles, and I found that in many cases they were projecting a conclusion onto the evidence as opposed to what would you say? Now I'm losing my 영역적인. So as opposed to a inductive approach. So it was rather reductive in the overall implications. This leads me to believe that the primary crisis is an ideological one. It has to do with what the role of the state is, the nation state, and as the nation state disintegrates as a result of technological change and also the growth of multinational corporations, multinational banks, and other players, that there's a need, a structural need to create some sort of a tension which defines the state again in opposition to another. And so the new Cold War for both the United States and for the People's Republic of China is increasingly playing that sort of ideological role, which is necessitated by the internal implosion of institutions, actually, particularly in the United States, but also in the People's Republic of China. I much appreciate having this chance to talk, and I very much look forward to our conversation going forward.
Thank you, Dr. Pastraishi. It is very creative analysis. The terminology of post-Cold War might be purposefully constructed by some of the multinationals who get profit through those kind of concepts. So we can discuss it further. We are already overridden with this kind of media politics. So I will introduce Mikio. I will give my mic to Professor Mikio Oishi.
Thank you, Professor Yi. Okay, today my topic is the peace and security issue in East Asia from the perspective, from Japan's perspective. I'm just wondering whether I can share a PowerPoint slide. I just prepared a few maps so that I think that I make my talk easier to understand to you. So can I share? Okay, okay. Let me see this one. Okay. Oops, here. Okay, so today but because of the time limitation, so anyway, I've just pick up certain issue, maybe detail or maybe later in the Q&A session. I would like to touch on the three peace and security issue. One is the Nansei Islands. Maybe almost none of you have heard about this Nansei Island. This one include Okinawa Island. And then it actually started from the southern tip of Japan, Kyushu Island. Then it spread towards southwest towards Taiwan. So this is called Nansei Island. Nansei Island, meaning is the southwest islands. So this is a Japanese territory, and that includes the Okinawa Islands and also the Senkaku Diaoyu Island, very controversial islands. Now this area has been militarized. Militarization is going on very, very secretly. And even the Japanese people, almost none of them know what's happening here. So I want to raise this issue as a serious peace and security issue, at least from Japan's side. This one involves China, actually. And the second one is the Taiwan issue. This is well known already, Taiwan issue, because the current Taipei government is the more independence oriented. So because of this, relationship between Taiwan and China is no good and tension is rising. And the US tried to intervene based on the Taiwan Relations Act. And then Japan may be drawn in this potential conflict. This is the second point. The third issue is the Japan-Korea relations, including historical issue. This, of course, is a big issue. So I cannot go into detail. Maybe my focus maybe I will talk mostly about Nansei Islands because other two are already well known. Taiwan issue and the Japan-Korea relations are already well known. So I will go a bit detail in Nansei Islands issue. Yeah? So this is Nansei Island, starting from the southern tip of the mainland Japan, Japan's main archipelago, until almost near Taiwan and this area. So the militarization is going on very, very secretly. And this one is against rising China to stop the advancement of China into Pacific Island, because these islands kind of serve almost like a wall to block the China's intention, and then to stop this China's intentions. So now Japan is now shifting its military force from traditional the northeast area, including Hokkaido, to this part. So this is a new development, and already the resistance by the local people going on. But unfortunately, Japan's main media very, very rarely report on what is happening. And behind this move is the U.S. And this one also reflecting the U.S.-China confrontation. So sorry, and this is basically the U.S. maybe plan to contain. Okay, you can hear my voice, right? Okay, right? And contain China, and then in my view, U.S. is now using Japan as its proxy to do what is called deterrence, actually. And this one is the offshore balancing act. And if Japan and China start actual combat, and also US just watching from behind, then two countries fight each other. Then two countries just and become weak. And I'm sorry, just a very, very simple and well, but something like that. This is my understanding. So actually, I can go into detail and all these things. Yeah? And basically, China wants to go through the Pacific Ocean through here, Miyako Island, and here is Ishigaki Island. So there's a narrow but deep strait. Yeah? So China wants to go there, but and the militarization means now the base, missile to attack a ship, to missile the aircraft already being installed here, and also Japanese soldiers. This one is written in Japan. Japanese participants know here what is written, but this one just tell. And what kind of militarization going on? All this, and this is Taiwan, and this is the southern part of Kyushu, and this is the Nansei Island. Yeah? So a lot of now military assets now being deployed in this area. And okay, maybe not too much time. So Taiwan is very near. There, as I say, Taiwan is now tension, and U.S. also try to intervene. And if China start to invade, maybe invade not proper word, to make the military operation to Taiwan, then U.S. will intervene militarily. Then the Japan is required to help U.S. Yeah? So this is a big problem. Japan traditionally recognized that Taiwan is part of China, but if the military conflict takes place, Japan has no choice but to help U.S. Yeah? So this is a big problem. And Japan's public opinion, and now because in my observation, Japan's public opinion is now quite towards the right, and towards the right. And civil society, traditional civil society is based on a labor union, and maybe led by socialist parties and more left wing. But now the NGO activities, they are mostly strongly committed to human rights and democracy, inspired by the Western democracy. So partly because of this, those NGO civil societies tends to be kind of hostile, have the bias to China. So in that sense, with this potential threat in this area and Taiwan, and these NGOs and civil societies cannot be the effective force to stop the potential conflict. So this is a problem. It's okay, I'm very sorry, not much. Just I will mention maybe the Korea issue. Anyway, so Korea, and now again, Korea-Japan relation is not good because of the many things happen, especially the so-called Japan-South Korea Comfort Women Agreement, 2015, and the Japanese perspective, Moon administration virtually make void this agreement, and Japan government feel very bitter and accompanied many incidents. And conscripted Korean workers issue and so-called military confrontation, radar lock-on incident in 2018, and trade dispute between the two countries. And recently, the President Moon decided not to attend the Tokyo Olympic. Also, this one also negatively impact the Japanese government and the public opinion. So anyway, as I say, civil society again, and increasing people are having the hostile attitude towards Korea, yeah? And because the news reports are very biased against Korea each time these issues raised. So again, the traditional NGOs cannot play an effective role to address this problem. And what I have expected is more regional cooperation. This is more traditional for a long time. I want to say what's the name? Actually, there's governors meeting, governors in the northern Kyushu Island in Japan, and also southern part of the Korea, yeah? And then those governors of the regular meeting, and they discuss the common issues. And also another one is Busan and Fukuoka cooperation. And these two cities, big cities, are now forming the economic zone, common economic zone. And then the connection-wise and the ferry service here now operating. So what I expect is that this type of the cooperation, this is still considered a civil society cooperation. This is just a certain diagram to help understand. So this one, the thick circle is the nation state, country. And the country has a local government, including local government and local people. And then these local government, local people have certain cooperation. And because these areas, these are very geologically close to each other, so that they can discuss the common issues. So I think that this is maybe one of the few positive things there exist in the region, especially between Korea and Japan. So maybe I will discuss more detail later in Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mikio Oishi. With your data preparation, so we can see in a short time the detailed situation, which you were not seen about the Nansei Island territorial issue, and also increased militarization. And also in East Asia, there are certain conflict has increased. So in that sense, we have many things to do together. So I will give you the questions later on. So now I think I should change my original plan, because the time is just so consumed up. So at first I tried to give all the panelists 4 minutes thematic presentation first, and try to give 3 questions, but I thought it is almost impossible. And but I will give time for the thematic presentation, which is each panelist real focal point. So I will, and then later on I will combine some of the questions all together. And now go to Professor Lau Kinchi.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this. And I was actually very honored also to have participated in previous sessions. I think the main question posed to us is East Asia safer or more stable? And of course, the answer is negative. It is much more unsafe, much more unstable. But then we have to ask the question, how and under what changed circumstances? What are the main turns that we are facing now? So I think, well, this has been framed as the new Cold War. And I don't think the new Cold War is only demagogy, because with the US whipping up this rivalry against China, we have seen the deployment of military ships, warships over to the Asia-Pacific region. There has been the AUKUS alliance, the Quad alliance, and since 2012, Obama has been talking about the return of US to East Asia. So when we say that the 21st century is the century of Asia Pacific, we are seeing that it is not for economic development or prosperity, it is for more military, economic, and other rivalries. So I think that is where the threat lies. So under this, then, and also the so-called new Cold War thing has already taken its toll. For example, with all the hatred and all the discriminations whipped up against Chinese, we see in the United States that there have been attacks on East Asians and Southeast Asians. because they couldn't quite distinguish between Chinese or Japanese or Korean faces. And so we see that this has its real impact on certain areas. But then for us, I think well, just now, the other panelists are specialists in international relations. I am not. I'm a literature person, a person studying culture. So, and also, I don't represent China. I'm trying to offer only a perspective from from the perspective of one Chinese. So, I think if we look at the East Asia situation, the problem is that 3 years ago, in 2018, there had been hopes of resolution or the signing of a peace treaty for the Korean Peninsula. But then, so at that time, actually, I was also very privileged to come in April of 2018, and along with thousands of Korean women, we crossed the unification bridge in the South Korean part of the DMZ. And then there were all these possibilities, all these hopes for after the Pyongyang Joint Declaration signed between President Moon Jae-in and also Chairman Kim Jong-un. But then the problem is the situation has deteriorated, and we have to ask who does not have the goodwill to promote such peace in the East Asia, especially on the Korean Peninsula. So with these new Cold War discussions, we see the 4 countries in East Asia being put on the 2 sides of the Cold War, split by the current divide. So what I feel that if we look at the situation, of course, if on the part of China, we see that under the pressure from the US, there have been new strategic lines proposed, such as the double circulation, the ecological civilization, the common prosperity, and these have been proposed to try to put more focus on development within China. And if we say that foreign relations is an extension of domestic relations, and I think that would be something welcome, because then China would be putting more of its resources, especially recently in terms of the idea of common prosperity that is going beyond poverty alleviation to the whole question about wealth redistribution. So I feel that on the one hand, we could be analyzing the policies from the state, from different stakeholders. But for us, from the civil society, from the people's movements, I think we should be looking more at how we could be fostering more trust and collaboration among people's movements. So, and in order to try to deal with the rising patriotism and the nationalist sentiments which are there in every country. And so if we look at the kind of collaboration among people's movements, there have been a lot. Even back a few decades ago. So I think if we are taking a position very explicitly and clearly on the marginalized groups in our own countries and with the marginalized peoples in the global scene, then I think we could be proposing alternatives. For example, East Asia, we have a very long tradition in indigenous cultures, indigenous medicines, traditional herbal practices. So these have been sidelined under the whole grand process of modernization and westernization. And now with the pandemic, I think we should be going back to some of our traditions and our roots and start cooperation on very concrete issues. And for example, we have had quite a lot of exchanges among farmer communities. We have learned 25 years ago from the wheat revival movement in Korea, from the people-to-people trade between Japan and the Philippines. So the if we feel that the whole question about food sovereignty in the light in the context of the global warming of the climate collapse, if these are real issues, real threats apart from the military and other threats, then we should be fostering more sovereignty and autonomy on the part of peasant communities. And on that, I also feel that there are a lot that we could collaborate on. And lastly, I think on the question of peace, this has to be taken up, I think within East Asia, the peace movements have been very weak. And then very much restricted to certain agendas. So I think on the question of campaigns against nuclear proliferation, against campaigns against the use of nuclear weapons, etc., these should be on the these should be prioritized. And the last words are, as I am a cultural studies person, I could see that, for example, there have been a lot of empathy for characters like Ocean from Japan in the drama series, from Taechang-gum from Korea, and actually just very interestingly, during the WTO demonstrations in Hong Kong in 2005, there was a lot of sympathy for the Korean farmers, which has to do with the sympathy for Taechang-gum. So these are the cultural arenas where we could try to be working on. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lau Kin-chi. So she already pointed out all the points. So sometimes we have hope, but sometimes the terminology of post-Cold War have been frameworked some of the mental thinking and some kind of rise of racism and anti-Asianism has increased physically, and also it is working. So, and then we need to find out another alternatives and to think about the modernization itself in a more reflective way based on our own traditional wisdom. So all those kind of things were very inclusively proposed. So she presented a lot to think about. So next, I will give the mic to our friend from Thailand, Kavi Chongkitabon, and he has been a journalist for several decades. Now he is a researcher in Chulalongkorn University. Now give you the mic.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to participate in this forum. Actually, I have learned a lot of lady. In fact, I really like to build on the Professor Lau Kim-chi. What she talked about East Asia was fascinating. I have 3 points. My points derive from my own experience in Southeast Asia, in Mekong, and in Myanmar. I spent a year as an editor of Myanmar Time 3 years ago, and the rest, I must say, editors of the English language newspaper. All my life, even though I am a Thai, I have been written in the English language. So my first point, when you talk about East Asia, just like Professor Lau Kim-chi talked about, you know, the common cultural identity. What I like to say is that East Asia lack a common narrative of our own. I like to emphasize our narrative based on Western observation. We don't have our own. Now, I think it's the time, whether you are Chinese, Japanese, Koreans, Southeast Asian, we must make sure. At the moment, can you tell me, what is East Asia? Where is East Asia? How many countries in East Asia? In the 70s, East Asia, it means not East Asia. This day, what is East Asia? India is part of East Asia. New Zealand is part of East Asia. Australia is part of East Asia. We know it as ASEAN plus 8, East Asia Summit. So I think as a journalist, as a member of civil society, there is a need for scholars and all concerned in East Asia to come up with a common narrative of East Asia. Without common narrative, it's very difficult for us to define what we would like to be. People said that we are in Asian century. It's not true. We are not in any era at all. Some people said we are in the Cold War, new Cold War period. Actually, I refuse to say that. I actually would like to use we are living in the so-called hot and sour war. It's not hot, it's not cold, it's hot and sour. That is a typical of Korean food or Thai food. Very spicy. It's a continue that kind of lively conversation. So my first point, I want to make clear that we would like to see a clear narrative of East Asia so that we have a common narrative. So I'm very pleased with Professor Lau, which touch on the indigenous culture things that we can look back and identify. My second point is about Mekong region. This is something new for a country like Korea. Korea has been a middle power and rising middle power, especially Korean role in mainland Southeast Asia is something new. Moon Jae-in has been the only president of Korea that's been traveled to Southeast Asia, every country in the first 2 years of his tenure. And he has been spending a lot of time with Southeast Asian leader in 2019. So he has a very good personal rapport. Now, Korea as a middle power is unlike other middle power or major power. Number one, South Korea has no historical baggage, not like any other major power in mainland Southeast Asia. Number two, Korea has a very independent foreign policy, even though it's an ally of the United States. Sometimes I would say that Korea is very stubborn. And I would also say that Korea now realizes that its future is also tied up with Southeast Asia. Since the Korean War, Korea has a very narrow view of East Asia. It's only Northeast Asia. Now, Moon Jae-in expand the horizon to include Southeast Asia. It has raised the regional player. It has raised Southeast Asia to equal the four major powers, the US, the Chinese, the Japanese, and the Russian. I'm very happy to see Moon Jae-in New Southern policy that give emphasis. That is why from now on, Korea have find a new role, very appropriate role in mainland Southeast Asia. Korea will have a lot to learn because it's something new, and Korea has to be really open-minded. And at the moment, I would say that Korea now has identified Mekong as a comprehensive strategic partnership, and Korea can use its good experience and practices in Mekong region. So I'm really positive. I have mentioned already the broader East Asia, we lack the narrative of our own. We still borrow narrative from Western country. We need our own from Korea, from Japan, from Southeast Asia, from China. So we must have consensus of East Asia narrative, indigenous one. And then I move on to talk about Korea, the role of middle power that has no historical baggage in mainland Southeast Asia. Now, my last point, I like to talk about peace in Southeast Asia that has to do with Myanmar. This, for the first time, ASEAN as a peacekeeper, ASEAN as a peace builder, and ASEAN as the peacemaker. There is a consensus both at the highest level, at the United Nations Security Council, and among all the major powers, that ASEAN is the key regional organization that can find sustained and durable solution to Myanmar crisis. Of course, it's really unfortunate, it's condemnable what happened since February 1st when military coup occurred and many innocent people have died through the brutal suppression of Tatmadaw, the military regime. But I hope that from now on, with the consensus at the highest level of all major power, that regional organization like ASEAN will be able to make peace. So this will be the first time that you will see indigenous regional organization come out with their own plan to help find a durable solution in Myanmar. Now, ASEAN cannot do it alone. We need help from dialogue partners such as Korea, Japan, China, or broader, because ASEAN has 11 dialogue partners. We also must include United Kingdom, which is the newest strategic partner, which has been admitted in April. This is important. This is a historical moment. If regional organization can end regional problems by its own with assistance from outside, it will be a new era for East Asia. Then I would answer the question that maybe in the future, East Asia that has its own narrative, East Asia that has positive role of middle power like Korea, and East Asia that have regional organization that can fight its own peace, then I would say we have the hope that East Asia in the future will find peace and stability. I will end here. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Kavi Songkitapan. So he has challenged already the territorial line of East Asia. So not exclusively Northeast Asia, so including ASEAN and sometimes ASEAN plus 8. It became almost global. And the role of some kind of the issue related with Myanmar and many other things within Asian context, we can make our own approach with the region in regional context. So it was very reasonably proposed. Because of time limit, I just give one question to each of panelists around the stream. If you save the time, then the other participant can have the chance to share their own opinions. So I will give each of you 3 minutes. So how and we all acknowledge the crisis. We are faced with the crisis, new crisis and old crisis and the overlapped crisis and the complex crisis. But sometimes we have hope, but other times we are faced with other challenges. So in this juncture, so how we can build our own hope. So you already, Emmanuel Pastoraci has proposed the mystification of a nation state. So the role of a multinational company became realistic. But on the other hand, the NGO network still not yet that much. So in that sense, how can we deal with, from the civil society point of view, we can do our own work in facing with this kind of multiple crises. So starting with Professor Lee. Yeah.
Yes. 네 분 패널 선생님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Kevin, for pointing out an important issue. So how we're going to resolve this issue in East Asia. And here, I would like to mention three possibilities of actors. First, national level. Second is business sector, especially economic part. And third is NGO levels, actors. From national perspectives, of course, national interest is the most important, sovereignty, and diplomatic channels. And when it comes to economy, the market perspectives is the key from those business sectors, but rather, NGOs may take rather neutral perspectives. So we should think of a nationalistic approach and economic approach. So both comprehensiveness and special issues is what NGO is taking as a role. So among many nations in East Asia, beyond borders, and the colonization or imperialism, among other ideas, and are the scars from wars, in order to solve them, treat them, we should not solely depend on national actors or business actors, but those sound and awakened civil societies should take action. And of course, there are a lot of excellent organizations, but when it comes to cross-border activity for decades, in history, peace, or reconciliation, we had many meetings, and just like all the participants online, so it is really meaningful to gather all these excellent experts. So I would say steering committee. So what if we form a steering committee? And one of the panelists mentioned education. If Peace or Human Rights Academy or a similar one would be established and educate and train young generation for the future. What about that?
Thank you, Professor Lee, for your very concrete suggestions to create some kind of education academy focusing on peace and human rights specifically. And then I will give mic to Pastor Emmanuel.
Thank you very much. So I think that Dr. Lee, at the beginning, when you mentioned the question of the competition between multinationals and what the NGOs could be, that this is the crux, that there, at this moment, there really is no strong alternative to, say, multinational banks. So we have, for example, BlackRock, which has, I guess, I don't know, $4 or $5 trillion in assets, essentially the size of Germany, and it plays a global role, but there's no equivalent on the other side. And NGOs could be, should be, forming that structure for a democratic system which is also global. And I think no one can do it better. And I look forward to hearing from everybody your concrete proposals, and say, for my part, I'm happy to work with all of you if I can be of help in any way. Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful clarification also. And then let's go to Professor Oishi.
Thank you, Professor Yi. So I would like to talk about civil society, NGO's role. As I said earlier, so the current civil society movement and NGO movement, I think the too heavily influenced by the Western concept of human rights and democracy. And those people become, in my view, too much cosmopolitan. In the past, cosmopolitan had a very positive meaning, but increasingly, cosmopolitan is now getting kind of dubious, because the cosmopolitan means at the same time rootless, just detached, separated from the grassroots reality. And in my view, the NGO, the civil society movement in East Asia are now strongly influenced with these ideas. So I think we should be careful and about this one. And we may become new, how they say, global, how they say, global, maybe high priest, maybe intellectuals and very educated and very articulate in English. And often we are quite detached from the grassroots, actually. So this is a big problem. And in the past, and the people's peace movement in the past during the Cold War was mostly trade union based, or maybe the workers of the local government, and they are strongly influenced by the leftist ideology, including Marxism or whatever. And that has a very, very healthy influence in their movement. Of course, there are negative things, of course, and we need to think about this one. And they are at least more rooted on the local level and also workers level. So now the big challenge for the NGO and civil society in East Asia is how to restore the kind of indigenous sense. So the Professor Lim earlier said about the indigenousness, right? Cultural things. And how to restore this cultural legacy of East Asia. And we need to recreate the new identity in the civil society movement, NGO movement, without falling into the narrow nationalism. Yeah? So this is a big challenge. We cannot become nationalistic, but at the same time, we have to go back to grassroots. And I think the key is the local experience of life. And I mentioned earlier, the local government and the local people are working on their daily lives. And I think one way for us for the civil society movement to go back to this perspective. And nationalism is a kind of the idol worship. And this is a human creation, and we should not just blindly follow and worship these idols. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Oishi. So, go beyond the cosmopolitanism and sometimes national boundaries, and go down into grassroots people's their own experience and perspective should be received more attention. So in relation with this, maybe Professor Lau Kinchi has a lot to say. Kinchi?
Yes, thank you. I agree very much with Dr. Mikio on the points, especially starting with our starting point from the grassroots, from the majority of the population, with the peasants, with the women, with the indigenous peoples, the fisher folk, And I think that should be something that would be guiding our positioning and our perspectives. And I know that for this, for the History NGO Forum, a lot of work has been done on the question of history textbooks. So in addition to what I proposed just now, to look for common tradition in indigenous medicine or indigenous thoughts, I feel that we should also be working more on the history textbooks to look at this common history that we have been sharing, and I think that shouldn't go just back to the Second World War period. I think we should go much more beyond that. I think in Latin America, in Africa, they have gone to the starting point of colonialism in 500 years back. And in the part of Asia, we have seen India, we have seen the East Asian parts, also, especially, for example, in Southeast Asia, the whole colonization process and this assertion of Eurocentrism. Together, not only with these military forces, but also with all these ideologies, with all this superiority. So I feel that with the history textbooks, we could be going beyond just the Second World War period, but then further back, at least for a whole century. Then I feel that we should have more exchanges within East Asian peoples and movements, but there are also a lot to learn globally. So we have been learning a lot, for example, from the Zapatistas in Chiapas, how they have been for the past 3 decades been building their communities, catering for their own needs and trying to avoid superfluous consumption, other things. So we have seen the Zapatistas gone to Europe in the last 2 or 3 months to foster exchanges with the local communities. So I feel that there's also, while we are also working within East Asia, there's a lot that we could be learning from each other and working with each other in the whole of Asia, Latin America, and Africa. And lastly, well, my point is that we are facing the pandemic in the probably in the next 2 years or so. We will still be seeing this threat as the primary threat, and yet we are also seeing the climate collapse in the next 20 years. If you read the IPCC reports, if we also look at our own experience of extremities in the weather, I think a typhoon is now approaching Japan, even at this in October. So all these extremities we need to deal with. And so I think we need to be posing a holistic way to deal with all the crises that are intertwined. Is the pandemic, there's the climate collapse, there's the extinction of so many species in the world. Every how many seconds, then one species is gone. And also for this whole question about so-called unemployment and economic problems, because I think we haven't mentioned the question about financialization, but with the financial bubble, so much now globally, whether it is within China or in the United States. So we are also seeing all this. So I feel that we should be trying to articulate these crises, but also the alternatives with each other, so that we can see the people's agenda. And there was the PP21 back in 1989, started in Japan, and so I think there should be similar kinds of networks that would go hand in hand with the History NGO Forum to try to debate and also to look for a non-Eurocentric, non-modernist, and non-developmentalist ways of progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lau Kenchi. So trying to develop our own history book, based on ordinary people's wisdom, and also their reconstructed their own view. I think that was the very practical and important suggestion. Now, finally, I will give Kabi Chongkitapon.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to support Professor Mikio Onishi in his analysis that our NGO follow too much the Western idea. And this is very sad. In Southeast Asia, 100% of NGO receive money from Western country. And I think COVID-19 has shown us that it's very important to include the focus of collective community. And if you base too much on the individuals, like in America or in some of the Europe country, of course, there's nothing bad to respect individual freedom and liberty. But once it's come to coronavirus, which have no territory, no race, no bound, it must be clear that collective safety is number one, crucial, important. So I very happy to listen to Professor Mikio Onishi as well as Professor Lau. Now, my second point is this. The best solution is to encourage our own community, East Asian country, to provide funding for local NGO in the rest of Southeast Asia, in East Asia, in the Philippines, Indonesia, in Thailand. For example, Taiwan has a very good NGO who try to help us with disaster. Korea also has been very active in promote human rights the Asian way. I remember in 1999, I was in South Korea. I interviewed Kim Dae-jung. Kim Dae-jung was the president who said that human rights is not an alien concept for Asia. In fact, it's a very Asian concept. He talked about Confucius belief, the respect of rights of many things. So I would encourage people, funder of East Asia, to support indigenous NGO so that they can come out with their own agenda. Because most of our agenda, when we receive money from outside, from England, from Norway, from Scandinavia, from America, we have to take up their agenda. Some of their agenda are excellent, but a lot of agenda must be generated locally, indigenously. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all the wonderful answers and the presentations. So we have a few minutes. So how about, is there any questions to handle? Questions?
Have your question?
Yes, you want me to ask a question? Or can I give my comment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers. It's good to hear different views. But I'd like to propose that in as much that we all, in fact, agree to many of these views, I think it's also important for us to be very systematic in understanding, the things that we want to happen, because within all these views, like the idea about indigenous, about the peace movement versus the indigenous peoples movement, in reality and in practice, there's actually a contradiction to many of these movements. The same way with the peace movements and the human rights movements, there continues to be a struggle about all these movements, among the civil society group and even among academics on how do you go about merging, these disciplines and the practice. So that is something that we have to take note of. Even among indigenous people's rights, Among indigenous people's rights, when you talk about rights, it's mostly about land rights. But then there are also indigenous people, civil society groups that work solely on the conservation and protection of language and heritage of indigenous people, and they don't necessarily go together. All the more when you talk about peace and peace building. We cannot expect indigenous people who are working for indigenous people's rights to right away, get involved into peace movement, because to some extent it does threaten their own existence, their own security, and which is something that we all have to understand, that building peace is really not a discipline or an area of work only for the peace, for all those people working only solely on peace. There's really a need for us to come together from human rights discipline, from anthropology, sociology, all of us who come from different disciplines. So this is really now the time that we have to be crossing disciplines. Now we are actually, in fact, in an era where they propose this Anthropocene discipline, where we now talk about shared planet. And this is where all of us can, in fact, come together. Unfortunately, I think here in this region, especially in Southeast Asia, the Anthropocene discourse has not yet really come out strongly, or has not really been heard more strongly. So perhaps this is also another field that we can look into, so that we can have a platform that all of these disciplines can come together. Thank you.
Yeah. I am not a good moderator, so at first we have planned 2 or 3 questions, but I thought through the wonderful presentations of each panelist, all those questions that I want to raise already answered in certain way. So my original question, what is the key crisis, do you think, in your context? And second one, what is the most current social movement, which one was touched mostly? That was also answered. And the final question, what are we going to do? So that was based in relation with the third question. There are very practical suggestions and also some kind of conceptual challenges, whether we use the cosmopolitan or UN framework of human rights conceptualization might be useful to build our own network and build our hope for peace building and reconciliation. So, but sometimes conceptualization is also very important. So, but our will to go down to indigenous people's everyday life of peacekeeping is going to be very important, and based on that, we can find very revolutionary and new and innovative alternatives to deal with the current multiple crises. So for that, I think the wide network of Asia, East Asia, sometimes not only East Asia, those who want to deal with this kind of crisis with hope can be connected and continued in spite of this barricade. So time might be up. So it is the starting, and maybe afterwards there is going to be more practical discussion about the networking. So this is just the opening up. So again, good evening, afternoon, and good morning. So for all of you, thank you very much for your attention to participate in 1.5 decade long history NGO forum in 2021. Thank you very much.
We will take a group photo. All the participants, please come to the front, and all the online participants, we will take a photo together. So those participants who have not turned on your video, please turn on your video. Online participants, please turn on your camera. And all the offline participants, please form a group here in front and we will take a group photo. And after the group photo, we will begin the next session, section 2 from 9:20 p.m. Please bring the placard. I correct myself. There will be only 10 minutes for break time. We'll resume in 9:10 p.m.
마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
hello, Farina. Farina, long time no see. Okay, good to see you. Okay, good to see you. Okay. Okay. 혹시 성민이 제일 좋은 걸 하나 주시지? 영어로 제가 영어로 네.
이제 사회 보시는 거죠?
그렇지. 이걸로 쓰면 됩니까? 이걸로 쓰고.
네, 혹시 잠깐만요. 영어로 말씀하실 거죠?
네, 영어로. Okay, Tui, Professor Pantui. Okay, okay. Welcome back. Kimura 선생님. Okay. Mr. Kimura. Okay, from Japan. Okay. Good morning, Rebecca from okay, Maryland. Okay. Okay, Narasang. Okay. Good to see you. Okay. Okay, Flora Chong from Toronto. Okay, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Okay, time to start. Okay, second session. Okay. Just wait 1 or 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. Christelle, Madam McDonald, welcome from Maryland. Okay. Good morning. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, good morning. All our regular members, okay, and I think the many new faces, they are, I think the students, okay, they are students. Okay, welcome. We need like young faces, okay. In fact, this week, our Thursday forum, according to our Thursday forum, because we had this schedule, okay, our conference today, Friday, we switched our, the forum this week, okay, and this is kind of combined with our Thursday forum, but the special, very special conference. I welcome all members, our regular members, our networks, and students. It's a wonderful opportunity for them to be exposed to this, this conference. Okay. 2 years we haven't seen each other. We haven't gathered together. I mean, physically in offline because of the pandemic. So since last year, we, every week we gather here in this space of this online Thursday forum, through the Thursday forum, okay? And I expect we can gather together maybe next year. We are looking forward to our gathering, our conference, not this time. This is the second time, this online conference. Okay? So first, the round table discussion is quite important, a little heavy theme, heavy topic, okay? It's the East Asia safe. But I invite my networks, we invite our networks all over the world, in fact, not only Asia, but Europe, America, and Africa, okay? My friends, I saw my friends from Africa here. Or this kinds of networking meeting, okay, with international partners. And I contacted from around 15 countries. I invited them. What would you like to share? Looking back on our past, our history, okay, we're just looking at on our history, and what's going on in your community under this pandemic, and what is your plan, okay, future, your plan. Maybe this is our networking meeting. So I titled it retrospective and the future prospect our March for Peace and Common Vision. Okay, so I invited, in fact, 18 members, but if we have time is remaining, time is left, I'd like to, give opportunity to some more friends to join us, just sharing your activities, okay? So first guest and the first network, last year, you remember our conference. Originally, we are supposed to hold our conference in Hanoi, in Vietnam. But suddenly, coronavirus, broke out. So we couldn't gather together in Hanoi. So we had our online conference. So I'd like to invite my partner and my co-worker, in fact, of the last conference, Professor Pham Thuy from Vietnam. Okay, would you like to share your activities and say a few words? But I would like to ask you, each one, just you should keep time around within 5 minutes. Okay, we have many friends. Okay, friends. So, okay, so Professor Pham Thuy from the Vietnam National University, the University of Social Sciences and Humanities in Hanoi. Okay, okay.
All right.
Yeah, go on.
Thank you, Professor Sum Ho Kang. Good evening from Hanoi, Vietnam. My name is Pham Thuy, and I'm teaching at University of Social Science and Humanities, a member of Vietnam National University in Hanoi. It is such a great honor for me to be invited to speak at this wonderful networking forums. I'm very happy to see many familiar faces here, and you all look happy and healthy. And that is the most important thing for us at this moment, I think. So like Professor Sum Ho Kang already indicated, last year in 2020, our university and the History NGO Forum jointly organized the Hanoi International NGO Conference on History and Peace. We had a very careful preparations. However, the pandemic did not allow us to gather together in Hanoi. And finally, we had to opt for a hybrid way of combining online and offline activities. And unfortunately, this year, 2021, as you can see, we have to continue to see it online like this. It's very unlucky, for us, but it's lucky for our Korean friend, because you guys, you professor, you can get together in one place. Meanwhile, we have to look at you through the small screen. So I'm very much looking forward to see everyone in person in the near future. As some of you might know that the COVID-19 situation in Vietnam is quite serious at this moment. So after some success in the beginnings, since last May 2021, Vietnam was seriously hit by the fourth wave of the COVID-19 attacks with the Delta variant. Ho Chi Minh City, as you might know, that has to lock down for more than 2 months, and it was just open yesterday. Hanoi's situation is better, has been a little bit better, but at this moment, we are still not allowed to get together in a big group of more than 20 people. The schools are still closed at this moment. So under this very difficult circumstance, our activities are mainly conducted online, both teachings and research activities. However, thanks to Professor Sum Ho Kang and the History NGO Forum, for creating the Thursday forums and the recent Korea Mekong project that allow us, to work together, to meet each other on every Thursday. So this is the Thursday forums and the Mekong Korea Mekong project is very helpful in a way that it have to strengthen our friendship and networks. Our colleagues here at Vietnam National University in Hanoi also eagerly joined this project, this conference. And I remember that last time Professors Nguyễn Tuấn Anh had just present his work at this Korea Mekong forums, and I'm looking forward to my turns in which I will share my works, my ideas about the Mekong regions from historical perspective. That is my main measures. Anyhow, we are very much looking forward to the futures. The school in Vietnam is planned to be open in mid-November, and I hope that the situation will allow us to do so, and we all expect to get back to the new normal as soon as possible. And I'm looking forward to have the opportunity to see everyone in person. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tui. Okay, and also your coordination, for the preparing the congratulatory message of the rector. Okay, the university rector. Thank you. And the Euroclio, what the European Association of History educates our long-lasting, our partner, European partner, and the former president of Euroclio and the member, Finland History Teachers Association, Ms. Rita Nicola. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Would you say a few words from Finland, representing also the Euroclio, okay, even though you are former president, okay?
Thank you, everybody, a lot. My name is Riitta Mikkola. I am from Finland, and as you see, my background here is a real one. I'm still at school because I'm a history teacher, so I just left. I just ended my classes, and this is the window. So, as you see, I'm telling you the greetings from both Finland and Euroclio. So first I have to say, I thank you everybody. I thank you, Mr. Sung-ho, to the possibility to be here. It's really great to see that how effectively you have been working this all COVID times. In Finland, I would say the COVID-19 hasn't been so difficult as in many other places, as Finland is very small, it's very north, and we are not so many people in this area. So as you see, I live in Espoo, which is the second biggest town in Finland, and you can see there's a forest behind the window, so there's always place to go. So our schools are now running normally. We use masks, but we have students here, which is nice, so we can meet each others. Greetings from Euroclio, from Stephen Stiggers and Lars Hans de Visti, who is the president at the moment. Due to the COVID, Euroclio has been doing a lot of things, and I would say that always when you get bad things, there is something good in them as well. So I would say that Euroclio has developed many online things which it maybe would have not developed so quickly if there weren't COVID-19. First of all, there has been launched Euroclio's thematic months, and this autumn in summer we had assessment in schools. Then now we have in September, October, the teaching the fragility of democracy, and I think this goes very well together with this theme peace. And November, December, we will be researching and having workshops about fake news. This is first thing. Then secondly, we have Euroclear podcast for those ones who like to listen. There are the name of the podcast is Pastimes Talking and Teaching History for those ones who like to listen. So I will share the links in the chat afterwards. So if you're interested in, so you can go and listen. And then also, since like the former Tui Pan Van said about the situation in Vietnam, that it's online teaching and it's everywhere we know we share the same experience. It has been online teaching in Finland as well. So Euroclear has done an online course in YouTube about online teaching. And this is like suddenly came out because we have this need that's there, what to do, because it's not so easy to teach online if you haven't been doing it before. So this is something I will share with you also, the link to the online teaching in YouTube. And then last but not least, which goes together with this theme, is like contested histories, which is a long time ongoing project in Euroclear, which is about statues, monuments, street names, which we all know there is a lot of like collective history in them, and it can be like with good things, or is also it can be dividing. So that's this contested history. There are case studies about all over the world, from Asia, Africa, America, so Europe. So this is something which we try to do something with a commemoration, that it would be like positive and optimistic, and we could share things instead of dividing. So I'm happy to share all these things with you, and I'm happy to see so many people here, and I really share the thoughts with Tui Pan Van that it would be lovely to be really live with you, but I hope someday over the ocean, let's hope so, we will meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Okay, from Finland. We traveled to the Philippines. Okay, 2018. We held a wonderful conference in Manila, and here, the chair of our organizing committee, Professor Bernard Carganilla, and also our colleague, Raymond Kirieko is here. Okay, Bernard, Professor Bernard, would you just say a few words and something share with the friends?
Yes, thank you, Sung Ho. Kindly allow the screen share, please. I congratulate President Sung Ho Kang. I congratulate President Yang Mi Kang. I congratulate the leadership of the Korean Federation. I have been attending the conferences organized by the History NGO Forum and the Northeast Asian History Foundation since 2007. And many friendships have been forged because of this, and I've invited new friends to even speak in my classes for several semesters now. In fact, I brought some of my students here, and we are honored to join this year's conference. I'm here as Corporate Secretary of the Hunters ROTC Historical Society, and we had already sent for dissemination one statement for this conference, and I would have wanted to present the second statement, but the screen sharing is still disabled, so I will just send it via chat. So our message is simple. Our engagement in this conference revolves around our work on the Second World War. Because the Hunters ROTC was a guerrilla unit that fought the Axis during World War II. And it has continued to advocate the principles of the original United Nations that was forged in 1942. And we are privileged to report that we helped draft a proposed law, a bill that had passed the bigger chamber of the Philippine Congress. The vote was 195 to 0 in our favor, mandating the teaching of World War II in the tertiary level of education in the colleges and universities. And we are now working on a counterpart bill in the Philippine Senate. Our view of World War II is that the original goal of the original United Nations is still yet to be met. And that goal is to finish off Hitlerism. Because sadly, we see the revival of Hitlerism even in Europe. In Asia, it's as if it has never left. And there are also some warning signs in the United States. And quoting Karl Kautsky in his article on Hitlerism and social democracy, he said, "The dictators of our time are falsifying history when they attempt to justify their bestiality by pointing to the example of previous revolutions." Now, this comment would apply to whom, I wonder? In any case, in the same article, Karl Kautsky said, "Dictatorship cannot maintain itself indefinitely and must end in catastrophe." So we will prevail. The choice of methods and weapons to be used by the champions of democracy will not depend upon our wishes, but will be determined by political and social conditions, and especially by methods and weapons of the enemy. Second point, Sung Ho and friends, ours is a continuing commitment. I would like to recall that in Manila, we passed a Manila Declaration wherein the participants strongly supported the April 2018 Inter-Korean Summit and the April 2018 Panmunjom Declaration that promises a long-awaited peace for the peoples of Korean Peninsula and East Asia. And central to this new path is a complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, which will ensure our common future as well as guarantee ASEAN's commitment to Southeast Asia remaining as a zone of peace, freedom, and neutrality, and as a nuclear weapons-free zone. So the Hunters ROTC Historical Society has been privileged to sit down with our counterparts in the History NGO Forum for Peace in East Asia, Euroclio, Camp Asia, and all the other NGOs. May I also report, number 3, that we had been observing 3 quincentennials: the 500th anniversary of the Magellan Expedition, the 500th anniversary of the arrival of Western Christianity in the Philippines, and the 500th anniversary of the Battle of Mactan. But at the same time, we in the Hunters ROTC Historical Society have always been aware that 2021 is also the 500th anniversary of the Castilian War of the Communities.
Time. Okay.
We are also aware that 2021 is
So
the
time
500th.
to wrap up. Can you please wrap up?
Okay.
Could you please wrap up?
Somebody? Okay.
We have to move on.
Yeah, time is almost
De las
over.
Hermanas, and that it is the 500th anniversary of the Santo Domingo Revolt. That's it. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Bernard.
And peace be with you.
Okay. Also, the Laymon's, your family all are fine, okay? your family, the musician family.
Yeah,
okay,
thanks.
thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, we traveled to Malaysia. Okay, our also the long-lasting our partner and friends. Okay, Professor. Okay, Kamaruzalman Askanda Zam. Okay, from Malaysia, coordinator of the Southeast Asian Conflict Studies Network and professor, University of Sains, Malaysia. Okay, okay, would you share your story?
Thank you, Sung Ho. Finally, you pronounced my name correctly. Thank you very much. Well, it's always good to see everybody, and it's good to see that Rebecca and Tui Pham Van are on the same beach. Oh, he switched off his video. Yeah, on the same beach. I'm on the beach in Penang. I'm not on the beach, where they are. Well, first of all, I just want to congratulate Sung Ho Kang and the organizers for this conference, and this conference is always on our calendars, as on my calendar, because it's always a good opportunity not only to meet up with old friends. And when I say old, I mean that we are also getting old, yes, yeah. And at the same time, it's always useful to discuss issues, that are important to all of us. I've given, a couple of pages worth of my speech, to Sung Ho, so that I will not be going over time. So I will just summarize what I've said in the paper. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of the conference and also Sung Ho for organizing our Thursday forum. And I would like to say that the forum actually has helped maintain our mental health during the lockdown, because at least once a week we get to meet up with brothers and sisters, colleagues, to discuss issues that are important to all of us, and to keep our minds going. It's difficult to be staying at home and not talking to anybody, especially if you are alone at home sometimes, and talking to a group of people weekly. It's very good. So very happy because of that, Sung Ho and others. And also this lockdown, I think I want to talk about positive things. Positive things like even if we are on our own, this gives us the opportunity to do networking. So a lot of networkings were going on. We do not meet face to face, but we communicate constantly online. Various Zoom meetings, Zoom forums, webinars, and things like that. So networking has increased. At the same time, it also gives us time for reflection. And I think many people have done a lot of reflection during this period. People in conflict areas decide to stop warring, using arms, for the time being, because they want to allow the health authorities to do to help with the pandemic and all those things. So there have been some positive things. There have been ceasefires, in the regions. In southern Thailand and other places, there have been ceasefires, stopping of fighting, and so on. So a lot of reflection, and this reflection, give us the opportunity to consider where we are now and where we are going, and how do we get there. So that's very positive. And some of us have also been very productive, I think, during this time. I would like to think that I've also been productive. Over the past year sitting at home, I've been able to write a few articles. I've edited a book, and a lot of people have been doing the same thing as well. So it's time to also be productive. And lastly, it also gives us time for those who have families to have time to spend with your family members at home. And I don't mind working from home if I'm with my family, because I see my wife, I see my children, every day, and it gives me a lot of opportunity, to connect with them, to work with them, to play with them, so it's a good thing. So all in all, this pandemic is not too bad on yourself if you know how to spend your time to do productive things. So I would just like to say that. But at the same time, just maybe 1 or 2 minutes regarding the issues that have been raised in that first session on that panel. I feel that I feel that what have been said there, can be discussed, should be discussed more in our forum, because I feel that despite everything that have been said about finding common grounds and peace in the region and all those things, I think we are actually in a crisis. Southeast Asia is in a crisis. ASEAN is in a crisis because of all these things. You have the continued dominance of China in South China Sea. You have the AUKUS, the new alliance between the US, UK, and Australia. We will see a nuclear submarine being given to Australia. We will see possibly a risk of proliferation, nuclear proliferation in the area, and arms race. We see a lot of these things, and we see also the situation in Myanmar actually not improving because of the hesitancy of ASEAN itself. Because ASEAN is in crisis. People are talking about ASEAN centrality, but ASEAN cannot even send somebody properly to talk to all the parties in Myanmar, because they are divided among themselves on how to go about doing it. So how are you talking about ASEAN centrality and giving a larger role to ASEAN when it cannot sort out a lot of these things? So a lot of things that needs to be discussed, because of this crisis situation. But it's good that we have forum like this, because even if all these issues are state level issues, civil society organizations, common people like us, should continue our discussion, should continue the communication, and especially if we can give alternative ideas, if we can give creative ideas, sharing of information, communication, writing policy reports, and relaying this, to the higher ups and all these things. So Sung Ho and other organizers, please continue the things that we are doing, because it's been going on a long time, yes, but I think it's still very important. The kind of things that we are doing, the networking that we're doing, is still very important. Just a couple of recommendations. Maybe we need to focus on some research as well, publication, policy reports in the future, and maybe also having another forum for younger people as well, where they sit together and continue to discuss the things that are important to all of us. And hopefully next year we can meet face to face. I long to go back to Seoul. I cannot get any nice kimchi here in Penang. So thank you again very much. See you next year.
Okay, thank you, Zam. Okay. I'm sure all of you, I observed for a long time, I have observed, you are an eloquent speaker, so I could not give you, I should control you, okay? So I give you sign. This sign means 30 seconds left, okay? For you, okay, 30 seconds.
I thought you were showing me 3 more minutes.
Okay, we traveled to Japan. There are several Japanese friends, and particularly, of course, you like Tokyo, but I'd like to recommend you to visit Nagasaki. Okay, Nagasaki is a special place. Like in Japan, the modernization of Japan, this is what you call it, this starting point. Okay, this is the starting point. So Nagasaki is very important. And we have the friends from Nagasaki, and the special place, I visit there 2 or 3 times. It's connected with the historical sites, some legacy, okay? And Mr. Hideto Kimura-san, he's working for the Oka Masaharu Memorial Peace Museum in Nagasaki. Okay, they preserve all these forced laborers, and there are some historical, the heritages or something. This is voluntarily they are working. Okay, so I'd like to invite Mr. Kimura. Okay, Kimura-san. Okay, he speaks Korean very well, but understanding English is sometimes not fully. Okay. Kimura-san. Turn on, unmute, turn on, microphone.
Okay, say it again. Thank you very much for nice introduction of Nagasaki. I am Kimura from Nagasaki, Japan. And first, I'd like to say thanks to this forum. I sometimes feel uneasy and guilty when I talk with Koreans because Japanese government hasn't yet apologized for the colonization of Korea by force. I learned from this forum that I should see this problem through a broader perspective of Asia. So I would like to say thanks. Thank you very much. Well, I'll talk about the problem of COVID-19 in Japan. As all of you know, I think the crisis began when the Diamond Princess, a cruise ship, arrived in Yokohama on February 3rd, 2020, with COVID patients aboard. There are about 4,000 passengers and crew members. It seems that immediate disembarking and testing and isolating those people should have been the proper measure to take instead of keeping them on the ships. But eventually, about 700 people were infected and 13 died. I'm afraid the Japanese government didn't put a high priority on saving those people. So far in Japan, about 17,000 people have died of COVID-19, and also more than 130,000 people are forced to recuperate at home this September. Some people die without medical care. And also, this year Tokyo Olympics was held almost without spectators, And in Japan, there were voices and demonstrations against hosting the Olympics. Essentially, it must have been a mistake to hold the Olympics Games with so many people suffering from COVID-19 all over the world. If the Japanese government had decided not to host the Olympics, it would have helped and encouraged many COVID-19 patients and also helped Japanese society work together to fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, I think. During the Olympics, the COVID-19 infection increased in Japan. PCR tests in Japan account for just 4.4% of the total population. Some say that Japanese people had tried to keep the number of COVID infection low in order to host the Olympic Games, As Mr. Khan said, I am now working at a small piece museum in Nagasaki. This museum was opened in 1995. The purpose of this museum is stated like this. The Japanese people victimized by Japan's war of invasion remain forgotten and uncompensated, even 50 years after the World War II. The irresponsibility of the aggressor that refuses to provide their victims apology and compensation is betrayal of international trust. This museum's main exhibition are about the forced mobilization of Koreans. The Japanese military is comfort women and Korean and Chinese atom bomb victims in Nagasaki. But it also exhibits the Nanjing massacre, the Death Railway in Burma, the Sokchi incident of Singapore, the 1945 Vietnam famine, and Manila massacre, and so on. Recently, college students who visited this museum for their seminar said they learned that Japan had been devastated by the atomic bombing in the war, but they didn't know Japan had committed atrocity in Asia. In today's Japan, Japanese society, the problem of the cruise ship and the Olympic will be easily ignored and then forgotten. I think the same is true of the past history in Japan. Both the good achievements of the past and the war crimes and abuses are our history. In order to face up the true history, we need to know both sides of our past. I hope it will bring us opportunity, reconcile with the people of Korea and of Asia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kimura-san. Okay, Mr. Kimura. Okay, thank you very much. Right, Kimura-san is a good friend of ours. In fact, he traveled to Korea, visit Korea, and he engaged in many activities. But for the time being, maybe because of the pandemic, I think he could not come here. Okay, now we can travel to Myanmar, okay, Myanmar, okay. Mr. Myoin was here, but he, in the afternoon conference, he all the time stay with us, but maybe he's not here, okay, this time. Okay, anyway, we traveled to the next country, you know, the Cambodia, okay, Cambodia, 2012, I remember the first time in the visit Cambodia, we held our conference with in collaboration with the Documentation Center of Cambodia, called DCCAM, our co-organizer, and representing DCCAM, Dr. Farina So, okay, is here, the principal deputy director, okay. I haven't seen her long time, okay. It's very good to see her, okay. Welcome, okay, Farina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kang, and it's good to see you again. Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Farina, Principal Deputy Director at Documentation Center of Cambodia. Thank you for your kind invitation, Mr. Kang. I am very delighted to speak on behalf of my director, Yuk Chang. He apologized for not being able to join everyone here. And it's great to see you all here and hear from our friends around the world about challenge, about any difficulties facing during this time. And some of you might already know about DCCAM. So DCCAM was established by Cambodian Genocide Program at Yale University in 1995 and became independent in 1997. And DCCAM is a research institute that documents the Khmer Rouge atrocity and educates younger generation about the history, aiming at accomplishing three main objectives: memory, justice, and reconciliation. And the Khmer Rouge, in other words, the ultra-Maoist and Marxist-Leninist communists killed about 2 million lives in about 4 years, from 1975 to 1979. And there are about 5 million people left or who survived the Khmer Rouge period. And they also have stories to share with you today. So we document their stories and continue to collect documents related to the period. And we disseminate our documents and share our expertise in how to do documentation with those who work in this field. And some of you, or many of you, might have heard about the extraordinary chambers in the Court of Cambodia, ECCC, which is a hybrid court, already convicted the Khmer Rouge senior leaders and those most responsible for genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crime. And we conduct research and write a history textbook for secondary students. And in partnership with the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, we integrate the history curriculum into national curriculum in 2009, and we train teachers across the country. Now the Khmer Rouge history subjects also appear in national exam. And of course, this pandemic, has impacted each and every one of us, and also affected our planned activities. For DCCAM, however, with our working adaptation strategy, we are less impacted in terms of planned activities because we are decentralized. In that, we had established about 10 mini documentation centers in different geographical locations across the country, even before the pandemic. And they are now up and running. So in each center, we have at least 3 staff working there, and they continue to work with our target groups, survivors, students, and the community, but by adhering to health and safety guidelines. We also switched to online or virtual platform as our backup tool so that it can keep us to continue our activity. And We continue to organize training for students on history subject and genocide prevention strategies. And now DCCAM also has about 500 volunteers across the country in order to work in their locale. For those who are, they can work in their location, in their hometown, in order to continue to collect stories and listen to survivors. And at the same time, they can also assess survivors' health condition. And we train them in history, leadership, peace, and public health. And during this very challenging time, it is important that we take care of all our staff than ever, because they contribute so much to maintain our progress. We provided them more incentive and support. We address their concern about health and public health. And as far as health is concerned, we, in partnership with private clinics, provide free medical checkup for Khmer Rouge survivors. And at this stage, we aim at helping about 20,000 survivors. And we have been working with many post-conflict countries and conflicting countries in Asia, America, Europe, and Africa in order to discuss technique and challenges in documenting atrocity, dealing with the past, as well as about the pandemic. And the History NGO Forum is one of our international partners, as we used to co-organize an international conference, as Sung Ho mentioned, in 2012, and we continue to provide consultation on documentation process in other conference organization. And for the theme of this international conference, is history and peace, is a very important topic, as it touches upon how understanding the history or the truth will contribute to peace, or how history are contested, and especially how networking will provide us strength to coordinate our activities. And especially it's important during this time. And last but not least, I am very impressed with your hard work, History NGO Forum, and your dedication to history and peace. And I wish to congratulate History NGO Forum in making this conference happen. And I am very glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Farina. Okay, also thank you for joining us as a Mekong partner. Okay, Mekong partner. Okay, for our new project. Okay, we travel to the next country. The Thailand. Okay, Thailand is in fact our new partner. Okay, new partner. And we pay particularly, our History NGO Forum is pay attention to, Thailand, in connection with our Mekong project, okay? Dr. Suit Rahul Shring Ung, okay, the chairman, Cancun for the Future Foundation is one of NGOs, and the former president of Nakhon Phanom University.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Sung Ho Kang for very hardworking organized two conferences today. I enjoy both very much since the Korea Mekong this morning. As Thai is a new member, like Sung Ho said, so I think I myself learned a lot from joining Thursday Forum just about every Thursday, and for the two conference today as well. I just like to point out or get to the point of history and peace in our region, and especially the Mekong sub-region. I think many of you may not know that we we had very long history, love-hate relationship between neighbors like Thailand, Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, all those. So sometimes even history books, if you read from one country, it's a lot different from another country. So I think for Thai, we will have a chance to learn from history NGO forum, or like to learn from you if you really come to work or to let organization in Thailand participate. Just for today's session that I follow, I think I can see many things that that you can provide some support or some help. In the morning session, I'm not sure how many of you attend that one. There's someone talking about illegal workers from Thailand. We Thai workers went or go to work in Korea as illegal workers. At the same time, we also have lots of illegal workers from our neighbor come to work in Thailand as well. And that's bring many issues that we can learn together. As for the political situation, I think you probably understand that in Thailand right now, it's still not very stable, even though we have democratically elect government, but it's the prime minister are the one who made the coup d'etat some years ago. For NGO in Thailand, if you work for NGO or NGO's organization, you get both positive and negative perceptions from public. Mostly you get very negative perceptions from government agencies. It's very few NGOs that work on peace and conflict resolutions. I had a chance to work with Southeast Asian Conflict Study Network with STAM, Professor Askanda, who just spoke earlier. So we worked together about 20 or so years ago, and he is the one who introduced me to this forum. So I'm looking forward to many more interaction or continue working with history NGO forums. Thank you very much.
Thank you, okay, Dr. Sweet. Okay, our new network, and particularly, the Thailand. Okay, Thailand needs like more democratization, and would like to share our experience. Okay, as much as we can. Okay, go back to the Myanmar. Okay, Myanmar. Mr. Myoin just joined us. Okay, he entered. Okay, he is available. Myanmar. Okay, Mr. Myoin, briefly, because you already talk a lot in the morning, so I think you just within 30 minutes. But everybody is very curious about what's going on in Myanmar. Okay, after the coup d'état and the restoration of democracy is still remaining to be done. Just briefly share what's going on in Myanmar.
Thank you very much, Brother Sanhu, and also History NGO Forum. I'm really privileged to be part of this network. I was participated, I think, since the second history NGO forum in Cambodia, I think. So we have been, we are visited to many places in Cambodia too, with including the Cambodian Documentation Center and also many genocide museum. And so thank you. That's maybe a remind us for meeting with the many of here our friends. So that's good networking by the history NGO history forum to get many people sharing our insight and also share our sovereignty of the situation and so on. So I just wanted to point out that today is like in Myanmar it's very chaos, and then the everyday here in the people are live with fear after this coup of 1st February. So this morning I discussed about the landmine issue. It's like, in not only in the jungle area in Burma, but also in the city center. It's everywhere. It's bombi, and also the remote control bomb in Yangon or Mandalay or big city. Compared with previously in Myanmar, people used to say in the like Yangon or Mandalay or some other so-called division that's urban area are not much fighting, but even those people are fighting in the state area, particular for the ethnic area, ethnic or indigenous area. There are many arms group and fighting with the Myanmar army. So, but fortunately, unfortunately, even now in urban area of the bombs, and then remote control bombs, is even shooting each other, that happening in our surrounding. That's our situation in West compared with the last year and this year. So our so-called democratic transition, we have not done any transition adjusting since the democratic transition, but now again going back again for under the military coup and under the military dictatorship. So people are not so much survived. So even I'd like to share in that NGO situation in Burma now. So NGO not much survive now because of all NGO activities are restricted by the military government. So last month, many campaign against NGO by the state administration, particular for state administrative council that we call that military council. They are inviting all NGO in their administration, township level administrative office, and also ask who are working in NGO to update all their staff lists, all their document, what they are, financial document and so on. So the many NGO now is the fear. So many NGO not going there. So means that's the current situation. So NGO movement in Yangon or Mandalay or anywhere in Burma is not much, can do the widely. So very limited now the situation that, So our organization mainly working for engaging with the people who are working for the NGO, civil society, as well as for the political and as well as for, link with the many stakeholders. So that we are working on that. So, and okay, I just shared, that's all. Thank you. My time is limited. Thank you.
Thank you, Myoyen. And I'm sorry to interrupt you. Okay, thank you. Also, I really thank you, Myoyen. You attended our 2 different conferences today. Okay, you spare your time. Okay, we traveled to the subcontinent, okay, India. Okay, our long-lasting our partner, the Professor Sandeep Kumar Mishra. Okay, from the professor of the Jawaharlal Nehru University in India. Okay, Center for East Asian Studies. Okay, where's Professor Sandeep? Okay, Sandeep, would you say a few words?
My sincere greetings to all the participants. It has been a learning experience for me to be associated with this History NGO Forum and its network for around 5 years. I would like to express my sincere thanks to this forum and especially Professor Kang Sang-ho for inviting me to this venture. The forum has led to connecting me with lots of peace activists, former diplomats, academicians, educationists, policymakers, NGO workers, artists, community leaders, and thinkers from across the world. I would like to express my sincere thanks to each and everyone for enriching my understanding about peace and our common responsibility towards this goal. The History NGO Forum has been working for peace and reconciliation through its activities, and I'm really impressed that they had some kind of peace action plan articulated in various forums. And this year, when Myanmar, a military coup happened, we were able to come forward and make a joint declaration. It was really impressive for me. Talking about India, I made a presentation in one Thursday forum that how in India, working for peace and reconciliations has become increasingly difficult. In South Asia, as you know, there are strong nationalism, the advent of strong nationalism across South Asia. I think people are talking more about their own, you can say, identity, and they are less concerned about how we can live in peace with other community, other countries, and other people. So I think this is a very challenging time, and I hope that state in South Asia, as it happens in several other parts of the world, state, they are going to give more space to civil society and our community leaders, and we can forge much more reconciliatory approach towards each other. While talking about the future of our region, I will say that our History NGO Forum, we are having on Thursday many discussions. I will say that health issue could also be part, especially in the COVID-19 pandemic. We see how rich and poor country, all they got affected. Especially, I would say that our History NGO Forum, we may try to understand how, suppose the vaccine availability, how the rich country, they are having some better, you can say, access to those vaccines, and how poorer country, they are denied these vaccines because they are not able to pay for them, or the scientific and other know-how are limited in those countries. I think we can take up this issue also, which would help us to reach out lots of countries who are having similar, you can say, interests. The second issue related to this COVID pandemic and vaccine availability, I will say that we can also talk about health more, because, you know, it has exposed rich and poor country both. The pandemic has led to lots of problems in almost every part of the world. So this health issue could also be. And the third and last thing which I would like to say, which comes from our very good friend, Professor Kamrul Jaman Khan. He mentioned about how we are having lots of resources, especially I'm talking about this forum. And if we are able to find out some kind of, we can articulate some policy papers, say annually, we can have maybe 4 to 5 important conflict and how reconciliation could be done. Slightly longer paper, maybe 10,000 words or 15,000 words. So every year, 4 to 5 that kind of policy papers could be produced. Why I'm saying that? Because when I participate in our Thursday discussion, I find that it's a gathering of lots of people who are having huge experience. Our Thursday discussions are very rich, very learning for almost every one of us. So I think why can't we think about maybe if we can, if funding is also required for those policy papers, we can provide some research fund to those people and they can write 4 to 5 policy papers annually. That could be circulated to states, to civil societies and other community leaders so that they can, if they want, they can work on it. In conclusion, I would say, and I would repeat rather, that it has been a privilege for me to be part of this network. And I hope that our efforts would provide enough idea to several states, civil society and communities for peace and reconciliation. We must believe that even though we would not be able to eradicate all the conflicts and contests from the world, our efforts would definitely help us to minimize them, their numbers and their impacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sandip. Okay, Sandip, he speaks Korean fluently. Okay, okay. He missed Korea. Okay, he come to Korea every year, but because of pandemic, I think he could not be here. Okay, we travel to Indonesia. Okay, Indonesia. We have our regular member Thursday Forum and our network, our partner. Okay, Ms. Yu Yun. Okay, Wahyung Ning Grum. Okay, okay. She is very active in the, particularly like in the ASEAN program. Okay, Yu Yun, a representative of Indonesia to the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights. Okay, AICHA. Okay, okay. Welcome, Yoon. Okay, it's your turn.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Yuyun Wainingrum. I'm currently the representative of Indonesia to the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, or AICHR. I'm also candidate for doctor in the International Institute for Social Studies in Erasmus University, Rotterdam. But I'm based now in Jakarta because I cannot travel to The Hague right now. I'm also assigned by Korean Democracy Foundation to function as the International Ambassador for Democracy until December 2022. ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights is not an NGO. It is intergovernmental body. It is the body that established by Article 14 in the ASEAN Charter. But I have a background of being an NGO person. I've been working in civil society for more than 22 years at the national, international, and regional level. So I bring these experiences of being NGO as well as scholar in my work on human rights diplomacy in ASEAN. Before I work, my work in ASEAN rather relevant with my previous work. It's more on policy advocacy, changing some of the policies of governments. In fact, the establishment of AICHR, I participated in the process of developing the AICHR from the side of civil society, from the periphery, and push ASEAN to be more credible in terms of establishing human rights. In terms of issues, I've been working on general human rights, also child workers, child labor, trafficking in person, migration, violence against women, and violence against children, and many other things. Sometimes I become very generalist in the area of human rights. Relevant to the COVID-19, I think I would like to follow what has been mentioned earlier by the previous speakers to look at some positive and achievements from this difficult time. Living in COVID-19 is already difficult, so better to talk about some positive and achievements. We have been in AICHR, we have been moving some of the activities online, but it does not prevent us to make some progresses, such as in the last 18 or 20 months or so, we managed to come up with the 5-year work plan. It's rather a complicated document, but we finally managed to bring all together. It was rather ambitious work plan, but I think that's necessary for an organization like ASEAN on human rights. The previous work plan has been very helpful in building a block to come up with the 5-year work plan right now. And from time to time, we can see how difficult it was discussing human rights in ASEAN. That is why they become rather minimum or lower denominator and so on and so forth. But the 5-year work plan 2021-2025, I think, of course, I'm biased because I'm working on this and I put a lot of inputs in there, but it was rather good. Time is up, but I would like to also make 2 points in terms of what we have been achieved during COVID-19 pandemic. One is one of the achievement that I would like to mention here is that ICHR now has the specific agenda to talk about human rights without being accused of violating non-interference principle. We just also finished the ASEAN Human Rights Dialogue, in which ASEAN member states talk about human rights in their countries and willing to answer some of the questions from other member states. So this is the first time that ASEAN member states talk about human rights and discuss about human rights, again, without being accused of violating the non-interference principle. 8 out of 10 countries provided briefings on human rights, which I found that as one of the achievements, a significant achievement. So my plan for the future is to continue what we have been established during this time and contribute to the dimension of new normal in terms of human rights protection in the region. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuyun. Okay, we'll travel to Europe again. Okay, Europe. One of the initiators of our Global Thursday Forum and international lawyer, Dr. Maya Grof. You recently, I heard that you are transferred from Hague to Sweden, right? You are extremely busy, but thank you for sparing your time to join this conference. Okay, Maya, what's going on there in your place?
Thank you so much, Sung Ho, and it's so wonderful to be here with you virtually. As Sung Ho mentioned, joining you from Netherlands, but working with a Swedish foundation at the moment. And I first wanted to congratulate the conference organizers on this amazing conference and continuing the work so elegantly and so efficiently all throughout the pandemic. It's so vital, this work that everybody is doing and building these strong networks. As we've been hearing, all of these challenges that the world has in these very difficult times in history, in contemporary history, what you're doing is so important and vital. So I'll probably look forward in my very brief remarks. You know, the past year has been indeed incredible with this network of solidarity, intellectual exchange, learning together has been so valuable, and others have already expressed that, so I won't repeat all of those wonderful comments. So in terms of looking forward, as it says in this topic, this session, Marching for Peace and Common Vision, I'll speak about a few different initiatives I'm involved in with colleagues from an international perspective. So firstly, in collaboration with the Global Governance Forum, which is a foundation dedicated to better governance mechanisms for our collective risks, including pandemics, of course, health risks, but also weapons risks, also global economic issues and economic stability that really ensures shared prosperity. As was mentioned earlier, this is also such a pressing issue that we all need to think about. But with the Global Governance Forum, we have 2 new high-level working groups on the peaceful settlement of disputes at the international level, how we strengthen this mechanism at these times where we do see rising geopolitical tensions, which should be contained, should be supported with principles from the UN Charter and strengthened mechanisms under the Charter. We also have a new working group on weapons governance at the global level. Again, looking to the Charter of the United Nations as a foundation, how do we take the vision forward to perhaps get some new refreshed perspectives for contemporary circumstances, learning from all that we know now from disarmament expertise and indeed the historical circumstances that initiated the 1945 Charter. Also, I've been working with the Global Challenges Foundation in Sweden on a climate governance commission. As many of you may know, according to the IPCC and other UN bodies, at the moment, we're headed towards a 2.7 degrees Celsius temperature increase in the world, which is catastrophic climate change. So we need to urgently look at our collective, our shared measures, methods to govern our climate system, the other ecological planetary boundaries. How do we collectively govern much more effectively and fairly and justly this emergency, which will be accelerating in coming years? Also, I want to mention just very briefly a campaign for an international anti-corruption court, which is being led by some very prominent international judges who are just excellent proponents and very experienced. And the proposal is now being backed by some sort of influential governments. And the point of this new court would be to protect populations around the world from the very harmful effects from high-level corruption at this time when indeed we need our leaderships in every country of the world to be focused on these shared global risks and local circumstances that have to be addressed. And just to also note that these various initiatives are connected to global civil society campaigns, which hope to connect up to the follow-up to the UN Secretary General's report for the UN 75th anniversary. And also a civil society mobilization in advance of the Stockholm Plus 50, the World Environment Conference, which will be held in just over a year in Stockholm. And governments have said, progressive governments have said, we need civil society to push us, to push, to bring ideas and to make sure that there really is forward motion to protect our global environment in a proper, also equitable, fair way to protect future generations. Finally, I'll just end with a note on an international peace textbook dialogue that we've started. A few of us in the Thursday forums have started to think about an international textbook trying to articulate and share these very positive histories of people around the world working for global cooperation, for stable systems of fairness and collaboration all over the world. So I would just invite all of you to please join in those discussions. Let me know if you wish to join. And I very much appreciated the other comments about these history textbooks that should be created in a very positive way. I will end there, but just also to say, although I'm working primarily at the global, what was said today about the regional awareness, the local awareness, this is so dominant now in the discourses also at the global level. So I think this is a wonderful and interesting challenge, how we connect up all the levels and make sure that they serve all and are include all, etc. So I'll stop there. Thank you so much, Sang-ho.
Thank you, Maya. Okay. Your new initiative. Okay. I'd like to invite our Thursday Forum regular member, Christina Cabrijas from Malaysia, but she originally from Spain. Okay. She's peace activist. Okay. Would you say a few words?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Sang-ho. Good evening, everyone. It's, like everybody else said, it's a great privilege to be here. And thank you. I take my hat off for your skills, excellent skills organizing without fail this great forum and every Thursday forum. So very briefly, I'll tell you what I have been doing. I'm a PhD candidate in Peace and Conflict Resolution here at the Science University in Malaysia. I'm based in Penang for the time being. And at the beginning of this year, I was supporting the International Red Cross and the humanitarian frontline negotiators to develop new programs across Asia. And for one of the international conferences, they asked me to record a video, a very short video, answering one question. And the question was, what was, in my opinion, the most crucial factor to function in Asia? So remember, we're in COVID, like we said, and I sneaked out through the streets of Penang, and I filmed my answer in a street called Harmony. Harmony is actually the topic of my thesis. And Harmony Street in Penang is the only street in the world where you can find a mosque, a Buddhist temple, a Hindu temple, and a Christian church, and all within 500 meters walk. If anybody knows any other street, please do let me know. But so far, I think that is the only street in the world. Oh, Sandeep knows, well, let me know. I'll be very interested to know where that street is. We need to go and film. So I sent the video, and the video was very well taken, because my answer was to do with respect. And as a non-Asian, but looking at Asia, I see that, yes, Asia has a theme, and I think perhaps for me it's easier to see it. And the theme is respect. And it is in that street where I saw that respect was not only a religious duty in Malaysia, with so many different ethnic groups, but it's also the heart of Asia. I see respect as the essence of Asia. So everyone was impressed, and they hadn't thought about it. Respect, remember, is not something that we're very familiar with in the West, well, at least in Europe, because everyone talks about their own rights, everyone has the rights, but when it comes to respect, we don't really understand that concept. So for me, that is the first thing that comes across. So I was encouraged to do a more formal video, a documentary, and my idea of doing a formal video came from an article that I wrote to Professor Johan Galtund at the beginning of the year as well, about the Magellan's expedition. It was the first circumnavigation around the world. The article is being published in Transcend. And what is interesting about the article, obviously I talk about Spain, but it also had another title, and it was the title of the Treaty of Tordesillas. And the Treaty of Tordesillas is when the world was divided for the first time into East and West. And actually that will be an interesting case study. But it was in the Vatican, it was the Roman Church that decided to split the world. Anyway, you can read the article that is published in transcend.com. So my documentary, it talks about history and peace. The central point is harmony, and I do explain it through the Magellan's expedition. So Magellan's expedition this year is the 5th centenary. It's 500 years since Magellan found the Strait of, actually Magellan, found the Pacific Ocean. That actually was Magellan who named the Ocean Pacific, coming from the Atlantic, all of a sudden meeting that calm, serene waters, reaching to the Philippines, to the Moluccas, and then starting the trade later on. So I touch a little bit on the trade, but really what I'm looking at is peace building through the lenses of the Eastern philosophy of harmony. So we see the Western ideology, what has happened in the West and what has been happening in the East. So in the past, and I heard some of the comments, what is the common narrative on Asia? The documentary will be finished very soon, so I like to encourage everybody else to see it, because it is about Asia after all. I think that's all, Sanho.
Okay, thank you, Christina. Thank you. Okay, we travel too far away to Europe again. Okay, the Spain, one part of Spain, this island is Canary Island. Recently, we heard that volcano erupted one island. Okay, but Dr. Manuel Vidal, okay, our new network, okay, from Spain. Okay, okay. How are you? And okay, you are from the volcano. You are safe. Okay, okay. Would you say a few words, Dr. Vidal? Turn on, please.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Kang. Thank you very much. Dear friends and colleagues, it's an honor to participate in the forum in part of the far away from Spain, but I feel very close to the events taking in Asia. We already know that the Asian world, that of the Greek and Roman, was the Mediterranean, and the modern area was shaped around the Atlantic Ocean. Today, the world resolves around the Pacific Ocean and Asia. That is why it's so important that we know about the evolution of Asia, the social, economic, and political evolution. The fellow journalist asked in the previous session, interesting question, what is Asia? From my point of view, Asia means the present and the future. In Spain, we only have one conflict close to Spain, is the former colonial of Western Sahara, which has been established still since 1991. I think it's pertinent to me to propose that one of the future meetings could be held in the Western Sahara when the pandemic is not a problem, to explain ASEAN experience of reconciliation. I believe there are lessons to be learning together. Thank you very much. I use this poll for whatever you need.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vidal, Dr. Vidal. Okay. Okay, we traveled to America. I'm sorry, the friends from America, I placed in the back, okay, in the later part, because your place is morning, early morning, okay? I'm sure you are early morning. So I want you to wake up. Okay. Our long-lasting, our friends and the partner, okay, from Canada, okay, Flora Chong, okay. We are very curious about your progress of your Peace Museum, okay, Peace Museum, okay. Flora, okay, welcome. Turn on, please.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Sang Ho, especially for organizing the conference. Very nice meeting a lot of you here. It's actually joining the Thursday Forum is eye-opening for me, and even though I may not be able to attend every week because it's really early in the morning, but it's really beneficial, especially for those from Southeast Asia or the areas that I wasn't aware. It's a lot of new knowledge for me and also for our interns, students, when we are providing them with the research topics. So it is wonderful. So for over 20 years, Alpha Education's primary mission is to seek a possible pathway that would lead to peace and reconciliation among countries involved in the unresolved historical conflicts during World War II in Asia. We know that as of today, the unresolved historical conflict is still impacting the geopolitics and the tension in the region. For us, a group of volunteers, over 20 years ago, we found that it's very important for students and young peoples in the Western world to have the knowledge about World War II in Asia. And therefore, we also want to challenge the very Eurocentric approach in teaching World War II, especially in the Western world. So we started with revising the high school curriculum in Canada, which has been Eurocentric, and that's why World War II in Asia has been absent. And then we extended our education work in collaboration with universities and communities within Canada and globally. Well, during the pandemic, racism has been resurging, especially in North America. You all heard about the Black Lives Matters and later on the anti-Asian racism. And actually, racism has always been a root cause as well as a catalyst for human atrocities that further dissent us and them. And therefore, it is also part of a core theme in our education work, even though our focus or through the lens of the history of World War II, but we focus on racism has been a topic. And for the past 1.5 years, we've been working very hard to prepare courses, materials, webinars, and in educating about racism and, of course, anti-racism. It has been our core educational mandate of Alpha Education, especially in the last 1.5 years. So in general, we would like to share with you that we are continue to work on this in the next 2 years. We have attained funding from governments and also corporations to strengthen our racism work, our anti-racism school works, and education programs throughout the communities. And I think it is should not be limited to Canada, to Alpha's work. I think the History Forum, I hope that we can also discuss a lot more about this root cause for a lot of human atrocities in the future. And another thing that I would like to bring up is the Asia Pacific Peace Museum that we are undertaking in Toronto, and hopefully it will be opening to public, particularly to young students, high school students, university students in 2022. I visited the History Museum in Nagasaki in 2017 with a group of Canadian people from Alpha, and I really want to thank Mr. Kimura and his team for their tenacity and courage to set up such a museum in Japan. There's not a lot, but I just hope that our museum is the first ever museum that talk about World War II in Asia, its cause and consequence, the history beyond this period of time, World War II, so that we can use this place to learn, educate, to reflect, and to further discuss, communicate, and hopefully it will bring reconciliation eventually to people of different ethnicity, and we have an understanding about what's going on during World War II in Asia. It's not just in Europe, but also in Asia. So we hope also this Asia Pacific Peace Museum will focus on the positive side. Yes, were human atrocities happened, but we hope whoever came will look to the future. How can we avoid similar things happening? We tackle about the causes why such human atrocities could be conducted, and then what are we going to do? So it's a museum that is focusing on the people rather than government, is focusing on humanity rather than politics, and it is focusing on love rather than hatred. So the Asia Pacific Peace Museum in Toronto will explore the causes, human atrocities, and implications. 3 sections in the museum. It's not a big museum, but we try our very best to include the most significant elements there, and with a lot of electronic devices to provide deeper understanding. And we hope that the museum will provide enough understanding, reflection, communication, and reconciliation to those who live through the pain and those who help shape the narratives of the future. The work is overwhelming, but we are excited to see its completion next year, hopefully. So that's it for now. I will share with you the link of the website of the museum after this. Thank you so much again. Thank you, Sung-ho, and everybody who contributed to the peace of this world.
Thank you, Flora. Okay, we remember, many of our members remember 2010, okay, first time we held our international conference out of Korea, okay, first time in Toronto. And we hope when the Peace Museum complete, we can hold it one more time in Toronto, okay, with all these members, okay? Okay. I'm sorry I kept you wait a long time, friends from United States. Okay, I thought it's for your convenience. Okay, but okay, you have to wait a long time. Okay, the Madame Crystal McDonald. Okay, we know her, and 2008. Second our conference. Yeah, right. Join us in our conference with the Ambassador, Dr. John McDonald. Okay. Our good old friends. Okay, McDonald. Christelle, you early morning. You join us from the United States. Thank you. Okay, would you share some of what's happening in your place?
I thank you for including me in this meeting this year. I still remember with great fondness the welcome you gave us in 2008. And when my husband, Ambassador John W. McDonald, if ever you want to look up what he did, was talking about multi-track diplomacy. This was an introduction of the concept which he had grown, and he created an institute for multi-track diplomacy in Washington, D.C. My husband passed away in 2019, so 2.5 years ago. So I tried to find myself, and unfortunately, COVID interfered, and I had to think about what I will do in my time, and began focusing again on my husband's work on multi-track diplomacy, because this concept as such began to grow in many different parts of the world. It became very popular in some universities to be even included in the teachings of conflict resolution and peace building. And as a concept, multi-track diplomacy is really strengthening the building and growing of civil society. So I will spare you what is going on with COVID here in the United States. 700,000 people have died. There are about 1,200 which get infected every day, which means I'm living in a condo in Washington, D.C. or outside Washington, D.C.
So I just don't go out. I have become a hermit. I stay at home and have the wonderful privilege of being invited by you. And I collect something during these years. I collect silver linings, the good things which have been possible, which have emerged while we are going through this epidemic. And one of the silver linings is, of course, this morning's conference, which so far has worked without any glitches, has brought together so many people from different parts of the world. And I just want to share with you what I am counting on at this point in my life. And at this point of my life, I am not saying that multi-track diplomacy or citizen diplomacy is the solution to everything, which can save us all. But for example, and I'm reading it off here, I count on the work of the United Nations with its many agencies and its steadily rising number of NGOs. That's where the civil society is growing. These NGOs are given a special consultative status, as you know, and therefore many more citizens are now part of an international voice thanks to the United Nations, to their belonging to the United Nations. They can influence public policy and have a role in transforming conflicts. ECOSOC, for example, just recently accepted 166 new NGOs with consultative status and observers. And there are 400 more NGOs waiting on the list, which has been delayed because of the COVID. What I also count on is the steadily rising number of NGOs in the world, especially the global governance ones, which were mentioned a moment earlier by one of our participants here, which think and act globally and create partnerships in regions and on other continents. They are the building the trust, the establishing dialogues and building bridges like this particular forum does. In addition, I count on the effectiveness of the millions of individuals in multi-track and citizen diplomacy, their non-governmental work and citizens' action, including the volunteers. Their work is informal, flexible, neutral, unofficial, risk-taking, and often also dangerous. And we have to really admire what they are doing. What else can I say? The principles, the universal principles, I keep thinking about them. We see them and what we have to protect. My husband always spoke about accepting and respecting the non-negotiable issues, such as language, religion, and culture. And all this has also already been part of some of the conversations which we have heard today. So in sum, I count on the rising possibility for all the people to be heard by their governments, thanks to multi-track or citizen diplomacy, which is more and more important these days than it has ever been. The world has changed so much since 2008 when my husband spoke. There were problems which could be solved with the stroke of a pen, but unfortunately, so many of our challenges do not respect political borders, and that's what we have to deal with. My husband had a mantra, and the mantra was, the only way to solve a conflict at any level of society is to sit down face to face and talk about it. And this face to face I have heard today so many more times than I heard it 10 years ago when we were not talking much face to face. So that's all I have to say. I wish you all good luck and be safe. Thank you for being all what you are doing, and bye-bye.
Okay, Madam Christelle MacDonald, thank you. Okay, we remember still the theory, multi multilateral diplomacy, okay, by
multi-track
multi-track diplomacy, right? Multi-track diplomacy,
which is track 2.
Yeah, 9
diplomacy.
9 tracks. Okay.
And if anybody has questions, Dr. Kang has my email address, and you can on the internet find him many times under Ambassador John W. MacDonald multi-track diplomacy.
Yeah, multi-track
then you learn
diplomacy.
Everything.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam MacDonald. Okay, and our, the long and lasting friends, Dr. Rebecca Delancey. Okay, thank you for waiting. She was one time used to teach in Korea at the Sungmyeong Women's University and the Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Now she's in the State, okay, living in the United States. Rebecca, okay, it's your turn. Briefly.
Yeah, it's on. Okay. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, and most importantly, good day to everyone. It's always a privilege and honor to participate in these, our regular forums, and especially today that we are combining it with the International Year of Peace and Day of Peace. Peace is something we take for granted, and we shouldn't. As the last speaker, I think I'm going to change my remarks a little bit. I had written a formal remark, but I'm going to change it a little bit after hearing what has been shared in the both sessions this evening or this morning. I also had a lot of time to sip coffee while listening to our various presenters. But first, I would like to sincerely thank our organizers, especially our presidents, Dr. Song Ho Kang and Dr. Mei Kang Yang, and our past president, Dr. Lee, for all the effort they put, time they put in making sure that everything runs smoothly. Yes, we are living at a time where the pandemic is taking the center stage in every discussion that we make. But I just want to share that whereas the year 2020 up until now, and maybe a few more years to come, will be remembered in the history for the COVID-19 pandemic, we've been talking about peace and conflict resolution. Many children will also remember hearing gunshots, watching people killed in conflicts and war areas, watching their homes destroyed, watching their brothers and fathers shot as they fled the brutality of unruly soldiers, seeing dead bodies and wounded people everywhere, seeing men and women in prison for daring to demand justice by peaceful protest, living in internationally displaced places as internationally displaced people or as refugees in neighboring countries, not having the opportunity for an education, and thus facing a bleak future, not having enough food to eat or medicines, and very sadly, not having access to vaccines to prevent them and their families from the deadly COVID-19 virus. However, we can commit all our energies and tackle some of these problems. We have already been doing that in our various regions and through our various NGOs. But for my very brief greetings and remarks, I would like to share a special poem. Poetry speaks in its own language, but it also touches the heart. the poem I selected today is one that is very fitting with what is going on around the world, in every corner of the world, in every country, in every city, in every village. And the poem is entitled A Prayer, and in parentheses, to all mothers searching for dawn. A prayer to all mothers searching for dawn. And this poem is written by my brother, who is a professor and chair of the English department in university in Cameroon. And I mentioned earlier, the reason I selected this poem is because it reflects the current circumstances that mothers who in African tradition are the traditional peacemakers. And I'm sure it's the same in many other countries or societies around the world. And here is the point. After the toils in daily trials of gathering and serving, and the frustration of waiting for a miracle from street corner prophets, and when the strain of responsibility wriggles around the brain, like the endless wrangling of a pointless argument, when the wrinkled foreheads and rib bones mock the sponsors of charity, because strategically immersed in the sweet talk of policy makers sipping cognac, the wailing mothers stranded at the crossroads of charity, from Amazonia through West Bank and Aleppo and Sama and Myanmar to Tigray, would have preferred a fructifying alternative and not the tabloid headlines of humiliation. Still, the matter hearts stir across the man-made seasons of tribulation, like shoots of a new Eden, and spite the doublespeak, defy the civilized chauvinism in boardrooms of progress, and say no to every doomsday prognostics of darkened days, while scratching a bite from the gutter. Because just ahead, after the next step of tribulation, they proclaim, is the greenery of hope awakening the numbed memory, when another dawn again showers the pale faces of God's tears, the dew of promise that even the sun gets tired and needs rest. We, as searchers of new horizons in songs of dawn, seekers of new words with juicy meaning, where Mother Earth nurtures the broken ray across horizons to come, and thus, in the eternity of our hearts, a prayer. And this is the end of the poem, and I am so thankful to have had the opportunity to participate, as always, and to share this special poem on this special occasion. And I hope that as we continue to do what we do, work for a better community, like Flora said, trying to make peace the focal point of daily living for everyone. I thank you so much, and I look forward to our next forum and to a brighter future for all of us.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, your support and your lasting your friendship, okay, okay, our relations, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I invited all friends, and finally, one friend from Japan, our, the partner and network for Bridge for Peace. From the Bridge for Peace, they sent a video message. Okay, I'll play it. Okay, video message. Ready? Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Naoko. I am now living in Japan, and I'm the representative in an organization called Bridge for Peace based in Japan. And today I really wanted to join the conference, but unfortunately, I'm also a mother and a housewife, so I was not able to join. So I'm really sorry about that. But for those who don't know about me, first of all, I would like to introduce you about my organization, which is called Bridge for Peace. So this is our organization, Bridge for Peace, and it was started from the Philippines, as some of you might notice from the faces on the presentation. So these are the Filipinos who experienced the past war. And in 2000, I first went to the Philippines. It was in Negros Island, and I was a university student. And I met this lady, and she said, I didn't want to see any Japanese. Why you came here? I was so shocked by her talk. But her husband was captured by a Japanese soldier and never came back. And as a Japanese student, I thought I should do something, but I didn't know what to do. And then after 3 years, I came back to Japan and I started working at a company. And one of the monks told me that one of the soldiers was regretting what he had done. So I started to videotape those former soldiers in Japan. So these are the soldiers who I interviewed, and I made a short film using these testimonies and started to bring the videos to the Philippines since 2005. And it's been almost 15 years, more than 15 years, but I'm still working this project as my life work. And for now, I think I've collected about 300 testimony videos, and I am using these and to show it to the students in Japan. Because as you know, unfortunately, most of the Japanese students really don't know about the past war. So I am trying to educate them as a nonprofit organization. And in this pandemic, I think most of you are also struggling with this situation. And I'm sorry to say, but 2 days ago, I saw a sad news in Japan. And it said like one of the university students, he was a freshman, but he committed suicide because he was joining the online classes every day and he was depressed. So I felt really sad about that. But for me, although in this pandemic, I am trying hard to enjoy my life, and I am also thinking that this kind of online session works very much. And since the help of Mr. Sunho, we were able to do some Korea, Japan workshop through online. And this is the one of the workshop that we did with the elementary school students in Japan. So they are the students. And this lady she is 19 years old lady who experienced the war. And maybe within a few months, I am going to invite 96-year-old former Japanese soldier on the Zoom session. And I'm looking forward to that. And also these are other Bridge for Peace members who are working very hard with me and to advocate for peace. And this is the photo which I took with the Korean team. And the session went very well. And I hope, even though we are under this pandemic, I hope to keep a good relationship with the people around us. And I am also trying to study Korean in this situation because rather than the usual occasion, I have much time to study a lot. So I'm trying to study Korean right now. And hopefully after the pandemic, I will love to see you all in Korea and have a good talk with you, with all of you together. So thank you very much. I think my limit is 3 minutes or 5 minutes, so I have to end. But if you have any question about Bridge for Peace, my organization, I think Mr. Asakawa is joining today's lesson, and he's one of the board members of my organization. So please ask him some questions if you have any. Okay, thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Naoko-san. Even though she could not be here, she sent this wonderful message, video message, okay? Okay, time is up already, and I couldn't invite each one of you, but I really appreciate your joining, okay, staying with us. And I remember all these faces and the students, okay, Kristen Lee, and from Japan, Seki-san, okay, and all students, okay. Thank you very much staying with us and joining together. And we share wonderful activity, the activities from different parts of the world and from our partner organizations, okay? Okay, I would say time is up and should say goodbye, okay? And we hope to see you next conference, maybe not online, but our offline meeting someplace out of Korea, okay, next year, okay? Okay, everybody, bye-bye, and take good care. Bye. And keep healthy, okay?
Bye-bye, everyone.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay,
Professor
bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you
Bye,
very
everybody.
much. Okay, okay, bye-bye.
Bye.